Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is State Court of Clayton County. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the arraignment calendar for April 3rd of 2025. I'm going to call the calendar for 10 a.m. But first, I'm going to let you know what this calendar is about. The arraignment calendar is possibly the first time that you have had the opportunity for your case to be heard before the trial court. So this is where your case will be resolved either through a plea, a trial, or an administrative decision. Everyone is entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you do not have an attorney, please let me know at the time that I call your name, and we'll have a discussion about whether you wish to hire an attorney, whether you need the court to appoint an attorney, or whether you wish to go forward without an attorney. I do caution you, though, that if you wish to go forward with a trial without an attorney, you face a lot of difficulty getting your information before the court. There are rules of evidence and procedure. The court cannot treat you any differently than they would an attorney who's trained in those rules of evidence and procedure, and you would be at a great disadvantage, particularly when trying to argue or your points or challenge those arguments made by the state or make objections to the arguments made by the state. So please be mindful of that when you're considering whether to have an attorney represent you. Now, if you are going to enter a plea of not guilty, that means that you wish to have a trial, and that trial will take place at a later date. And on that trial date, you essentially have to appear, but you do not have the responsibility of doing anything with respect to your defense. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. And you have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, which means that you do not have to present any evidence, testimony, or make any statements at all. Now, you or you and your attorney can make the decision that you do wish to introduce evidence or you do wish to make a statement, but you are not required to, and nobody can force you to do that. At trial, if you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believed your conviction was a mistake, you could appeal that conviction within 30 days of the court's verdict. And at that time, an appellate court might review the case and make a different decision. Those are the rights that come with having a trial. If you enter a plea of guilty, it means you believe you're guilty of the underlying offense, even if you have some disagreement with some of the facts as stated by the state, but you believe you're guilty of the underlying offense. The court would sentence you per an agreement that you and your attorney or you and the state, you and your attorney and the state have made, or you and the state have made. And once you have had that opportunity to be sentenced, the court would allow you to complete that sentence. Generally, before the court on arraignment, it's usually a fine, but I will give you time to pay, and I can give you up to 60 days to pay your fines and fees. But please, I just ask that you put a reminder in your phone so you do not miss that deadline, because if you miss the deadline, you could be arrested for failure to complete a suspended sentence. Okay. All right. If you enter a plea of nolo is no contest. It means that you understand the state has evidence that they could present at trial, which might result in a conviction. So you are not contesting the evidence, but you're also not entering a plea of guilty. A nolo plea has a lot of benefits, and particularly in traffic cases, it can help you avoid points on your license, and it can also help you avoid a suspension of your license, but you have to be nolo eligible, which means that you cannot have used the nolo plea for the same or similar offense within the last 5 years. We should be able to tell you if you're nolo eligible once we call your name and start discussing your case. Also, if you have a CDL, a commercial driver's license, we cannot tell you what a plea or a conviction at trial would do to your commercial driver's license. So if you are in any way unsure, and this is how you make your money and feed your family, then please make sure you take the time to do your research. If you want to do that, go ahead and enter a plea of not guilty. During the time that you're preparing for trial, you can understand what might happen to your CDL. And then when you come back to court, if you would rather enter a plea instead of going to trial, that is fine with the court. But I just want to make sure no one loses their livelihood without being aware of what would happen. Last thing, if you are under 21 and you're a driver, it is my understanding that it only takes 4 points to suspend you. And that suspension would be 6 months, which is longer than a suspension for someone over 21. And you would not have the opportunity to get a temporary permit for work or school. So please be mindful when you are speaking with your attorney or speaking with the state that you are possibly could have a suspension if you get 4 points. All right. All right. So that concludes my remarks. I'm going to call the calendar at this time. If you have an attorney who is helping you, please make sure that you allow your attorney to speak for you. But I need to know that you are here. And so if I call your name, I need to hear you answer. So unmute at that time. Let me know that you're here so that we can proceed. All right, the first case on the calendar for 10 a.m. is Bruce Kirby Bates. Bruce Kirby Bates. I do not see an attorney listed for Mr. Bates. Is Mr. Bates in the courtroom?
Bruce Bates.
Your Honor, it's my understanding that he has been referred to the pretrial diversion program. The orientation is April the 8th. 2025. So we'll just request a date after that for status.
All right. So we'll set him for a status report after the April 8th. Okay. Marquise Jashawn Beard. Mr. Holton Dennis.
Judge, he's on the call.
Yes, ma'am.
Turn on your camera just to let the judge know you're here.
All right, Mr. Beard. Any announcement from the state? From Mr. Holton Dennis?
Judge, it looks like we continued this case. I'm gonna, if we could just come back to this, I need to confer with Mr. Beard on exactly what our arrangement is. But I believe we'll have something for the court shortly.
All right. Next is Deshaun Earl Beard, Jonathan Overman. I'm sorry, Bell. Deshaun Earl Bell.
And Your Honor, Mr. Bell is in the courtroom.
He is present.
Anyone? Is anyone here from his attorney? Mr. Bell?
Yes.
I do see that Attorney Overman filed a conflict, Your Honor, on 331.
Yeah, make my calendar. All right. Mr. Bell is also on the criminal motions calendar for April 16th. Mr. Bell? Your attorney has a conflict for today. I'm going to release you at this time. He has also asked that the court review motions in your case. That will take place on April 16th at 11 a.m. So you'll be back here at that time for the April 16th hearing, okay? All right, thank you, sir. Yes, you're free to go. Okay. Next is all right, next is Blankumsey, Solomon Blankumsey.
Your Honor, Attorney Corey Washington for the defendant. He's also in the courtroom.
All right. All right, did you need an opportunity to speak with the state?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I'll either put you in a breakout room or they'll walk down to speak with you after I've called the calendar, okay?
I can walk down to the counter, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
David Frazier.
Yes,
Your Honor. Okay, and Your Honor, the defendant did successfully complete pretrial diversion, so a non-pause order has been prepared. So you should be receiving that shortly.
All right, so Mr. Frazier, I'm gonna go ahead and no-pause this case once I get the order. I also want to thank you for completing the pretrial diversion program. And as we spoke about before, make sure you know where your guns are, because that's what this case is really about. Not carrying it in a place where you shouldn't carry it, but not knowing that you didn't have it secured like it's supposed to be. If you're gonna be a responsible gun owner, that's paramount. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go at this time. All right. Next on the calendar is Latanjua Rashia Jackson. And I have a bunch of attorneys on this case.
Attorney
Thank
Mary
you.
Anderson for Ms. Jackson. She is present, Your Honor.
All
We
right.
are entering a plea of not guilty here, and we did file some motions and see that we're on the motions calendar for the 16th.
All right. Have your motions been particularized?
Your Honor, give me 1 second. I'm pulling that file now.
I'm sorry. I was Ms. Anderson a question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you, Your Honor.
I said, have your motions been particularized?
I don't think I understand the question.
Well, a lot of times when people get assigned to a case, they file their omnibus motions that they file for everything. But sometimes I don't
we
need
filed
to.
a motion to dismiss.
Okay. All right. Is it a motion for immunity?
No, it's a motion to dismiss because of the statute of limitations.
Okay. All right. Does the state have anything on that? Do I even need to hear that? Or is this something where y'all can tell me what's going on with this?
Well, Your Honor, the case was accused in timely fashion, so I'm not sure exactly what the basis for the dismissal is, because again, it was accused appropriately.
All right. Well,
Statute
then
of limitations violations. Mhm.
I will hear it on the 16th. I'll see you then, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you.
Judge.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Jackson, you're free to go at this time. Please keep in touch with your attorney. All right, Felicia Knight. Felicia Knight.
Your Honor, I think
Good morning.
you skipped
Good morning.
Johnson. I think you skipped Kenrick Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
He's
did.
like mhm.
Moved to Kenrick Eric Johnson. Kenrick Eric Johnson.
The state will move for a bench warrant, Your Honor, and a bond forfeiture at this point.
All right. Last call for Kenrick Eric Johnson. Does anybody see him on the screen? All right. This court will grant the motion for bench warrant and bond forfeiture. Next case is Felicia M. Knight.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Knight. All right, Ms. Knight, you're before the court for no insurance information card and too close with an accident. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or are you representing yourself?
I guess I represent myself at this point because I just received the paperwork about the hearing.
Okay, are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, does the state have a recommendation?
Your Honor, 1 moment, please. Yes. So if Ms. Knight does have proof of insurance, the state is going to cost her case. If not, it will be a fine of $25, and if we count to a fine of $100, and she is no more eligible.
All right. Ms. Knight, do you have proof of having insurance?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Hagler, can you tell her how to get a picture of that to you?
Yes, Ms. Knight, I'm gonna send you a chat directly to you with my government cell phone number, and then just send the information to that, a screenshot to that government cell phone number. But it's coming directly to you in the chat.
So if you just take a
Okay.
picture of the information card, text it to Ms. Hagler, she'll review that, then she will know cross count 1 and count 2. It is too close for with an accident, and she's no eligible. Did you say that, Ms. Hagler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you are eligible to enter a no-low plea to avoid any points on your license if you wish to. But count 2 would be a fine of $100, the $100 fine. With the surcharges would be a total of $151.50. You're not at the courthouse, so I would give you automatically 30 days to pay. But if you needed more, I could give you up to 60 days.
Okay. I will do that no low, and if I could get the 60 days, I would greatly appreciate it.
All right, so go ahead and send Miss Tabler your information. You're looking for a red box with a white number in it. That'll be a chat from her. And then once you're able, you send that, then when you come back, we'll go ahead and take the plea, okay?
Okay, so she's
All
gonna
right.
send that now. Is that
Just
am I
did.
to understand?
I just did, Your
Okay.
Honor. I sent it directly to you, Ms. Knight. I just did.
If you look
Okay.
on your screen, you should be looking for a red box with a white number in it. You
Is
see
that a
that?
red?
Or you're looking for the word
Okay.
chat. Okay.
I see. Please send me a screenshot. I got the phone number, so
All
I just
right.
need to send that before I leave. Do that
No,
now.
you're not leaving because you're gonna
Okay.
come back and take the plea on the next charge, but this will determine whether the first charge gets dismissed.
Got you. Okay, let
All
me
right.
go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Now I'm gonna mute you. Good. You're gonna mute yourself and then I'm gonna go on and then we'll come back to you, okay? All right. Next
Yes,
person
ma'am.
on the calendar is Brittany Marie Larkins. Brittany Marie Larkins.
And she was in the courtroom, Your Honor. She has 2 cases.
All right, Ms. Larkins, one of the cases that she's represented by Lister Holton Dennis. The other case is distracted driving and erratic lane change. If you all want me to appoint, I can.
So Judge, I believe that on the battery case, she actually hired attorney John B. Tucker. And then on the erratic driving case, I think we may have already been appointed.
Okay.
But so I do need to talk to her more about the erratic driving case. And I'm not sure.
All right. Well, Ms. Larkins, let me hear from you. You hired an attorney?
For my battery case, since it was violence,
Okay, where's your attorney?
so he motioned a waiver of arraignment for that.
I did see
Okay, I don't see that.
Okay, so when I looked up on the website for the court, I did see it myself, but I didn't. He
Okay,
told me.
can anybody see the waiver from the attorney? What's his name again?
I think he may have just waived it on the day he filed entry, Judge, because I looked at it as well when I was trying to make sure.
Okay, yeah, because my calendar gets done a couple of days ahead of time. So, what's his name again, ma'am?
John B. Tucker, he did do it late.
Your Honor, I'm showing on my calendar a waiver on 4/1/2025. So that would have been, what, Tuesday?
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So we'll accept your waiver. Mr. Lynch, are you all going to do something with the distracted driving erratic lane change case?
If I could just have a few moments to conference with my client about that case, Judge.
Yeah, that'll be fine. All right. Next is Rosa Mejia, and that's Mr. Chada.
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing fine. On this case, I guess we're asking for a trial,
Okay.
unless the state, I don't know if my client would qualify for diversion, but otherwise, because of her immigration status, we have to take this to trial, Your Honor.
Okay. So you're entering a plea of not guilty. This is a 2024 case. It may be a minute because I keep getting old cases that are coming up from downstairs. Don't know why, but we'll do what we can to get it on as quickly as we can. So you'll be on the next available calendar. So just make sure that you and your client keep in touch and are available when you get notice. Okay.
Your Honor, if I may ask, it is this particular case. The reasons on the count is because we specifically asked to be added because it's been pending for some time. And when I reached out to the state, we asked to be added back in February, but didn't get added until now. My client has an immigration appointment for her adjustment of status on June. So this case has, in some way, has to get resolved. Otherwise, she's going to be denied her adjustment of status. She's getting her green card sometime in June, but this is the thing that is holding her up. So I am asking. We were looking into filing for a speedy trial, constitutional at this point. So we're just asking if possible, if the state is ready, if we can be placed in the next available calendar. Because of the urgency of the matter, Your Honor. And I apologize. I never try to jump ahead of people, but this case, this is why we're here.
I got you, Mr. Chada. The only issue that I have is I need to understand because it says it was accused in 2024. So I I don't know when, like, how old are we talking? Because I got some, like I said, I'm still getting cases from downstairs, and I'm getting 2021 still, which is blowing my mind because I thought I had, done what was necessary to kind of get to the 2023s, 2024s and be current. But
it's not you, it's the state that keep bringing forward these cases. You just move them along as you can, but but
yeah, but the
that's
next time I see Mr. Brooks, I'll tell him that he needs to stop doing all of that. But do you know the date of the incident?
I can yes, Your Honor. Hold on just a second. I'm on my phone, so it's hard for me to look at all the documents.
No problem.
But it's an old incident. It's from 2023, Your Honor. The bond was posted. Why would they not put dates on these documents?
Okay, so it's a 2023 incident. All right,
Yes.
Mr. Chada, we'll do what we can, but like I said, I'm at the point now where we have so many cases that are coming up. I'm doing a whole month of arraignment just so we can get those cases in the pipeline. And I'm not sure how they keep coming, where they're coming from, how we've been trying to work with the state to figure out, like, are there cases that are too old really to prosecute, from a constitutional standpoint, or from the standpoint of running against the statute of limitations. Have we lost witnesses? So that's where we are. But for some reason, we keep getting this mass of cases, which I thought the last time we got a mass of cases, we had handled that by bringing in an additional judge and also doing more of the arraignment calendars to move those forward. So keeps happening. Not sure what's going on, but we're trying. So we'll do the best that we can with this one, and we'll keep you posted.
Well, one last thing I'd like to let the court know: if it helps move it along, we will waive our demand for our right to a jury trial as long as the state has no objection. We're okay with going forward as a bench trial. Again, the
bench
only
trial will be quicker. I would
Yeah.
say that. So we'll put you on the next available bench trial calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
This concludes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. You too, sir. Take care. Jemiah Nicole Nash.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nash, and we are entering a not guilty plea today.
All right. Ms. Nash? Yes. So please remember that you have bond conditions that would keep you from having contact with particular people or going to a particular location possibly. If you were to violate the bond conditions, you could be arrested and have your bond revoked and remain in jail until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. So please make sure, even if they contact you, please keep a record of it, talk to your attorney about it, but please do not respond. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. You're free to go at this time. Keep in touch with your attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Pierre Nunez. Pierre Nunez.
William Tipton for the state, Your Honor. It appears Ms. Nunez is not here. State requests a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
All right, last call for Pierre Nunez. All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, next is DeAnthony Smith. DeAnthony Smith.
Your Honor, state's going to move for a bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
All right, anyone know DeAnthony Smith or see DeAnthony Smith? I don't see him on the screen. All right, Mr. Holton Dennis. Oh, no, he's not yours. Okay, DeAnthony Smith, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Next is Julia May Story.
Your Honor, Ms. Story is present in the courtroom. I do anticipate us entering a not guilty plea and filing an immunity motion in this matter. However, I would like to see if I can have a brief conference with Ms. Ponder before the end of the calendar.
All right. All right. So Miss Story, you heard me tell Miss Nash about the bond conditions. Please make sure you adhere to your bond conditions. Do not have contact with anyone listed on your bond conditions. If you're not to go back to a particular location, do not go back, or you could be arrested, have your bond revoked. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Okay. All right. So Mr. Lynch, I'll right now it's not guilty, but I'll listen to see if that's going to change. All right, Isaac Ime Tasi. Isaac Ime Tasi.
Judge, he is present in the courtroom. Come up. Come
All right, Mr. Tasi, come up.
Are you representing now, Mr. Lynch?
No,
He's pro se.
pro se.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Do you have an attorney? Do you wish to have one, or are you going to represent yourself?
I just got here, and I mean, I would like to talk to the state.
I'm sorry?
I would like to talk to the state about the situation. See, you know.
Hold on. So you want to represent yourself, is what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, are you over 21?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So this there'll be someone from the state who will come down. They're going to speak with one of the attorneys, and they'll speak with. Oh, there's Mr. Tipton. He'll speak with you while he's there. Okay.
Okay, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Tajay Charles Thompson. Tajay Charles Thompson.
Your Honor, state does not see Mr. Thompson in the courtroom. State would request a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
He's on the, I see him on the screen. Mr. Thompson, Tajay Thompson. Okay, so he's not muted, which means he's having some kind of technical difficulty. I'm not looking at to respond.
And
All right.
Hello,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Who are you?
This is Tajay.
All right. So, Mr. Thompson, why are you on two devices? Let's see if we can technically work this out.
I'm guessing it had me sign in through the web before, and then I downloaded the app, so it's got me on the call, physical phone call, which is what you're hearing me through, but I guess the app is not functioning.
All right. So this is what you do. Can you, because I gotta see you. So if you can't, if you're not visible, I'm not gonna be able to do it. What I need you to do is, I know you're here. We're gonna be here for a minute, so don't worry. Log off and then come back in either through the app or the web, so that you can be visible. And when you're coming in, make sure you choose device audio, so that we can hear you, and then we'll be able to see you through the app or through the web application. Okay.
Okay.
All right. It's the same sign in. So just don't choose the phone sign in, just choose the video sign in.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. We'll wait for you.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes.
My name is Walter Webb. I was on the Julia Story case. I didn't know, I was advocated to be here by the victims advocate people.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, Mr. Webb, I generally don't release their people. So, Ms. Hemphill, if you would give Mr. Webb whatever information he needs regarding this case to, at this point, Ms. Story has indicated a not guilty plea, but that may change. Her attorney's gonna talk with the state. So Ms. Hemphill is gonna contact you, Mr. Webb, and let you know what you need to do. Nikita Sharon Williams. Nikita Sharon Williams. Nikita Sharon Williams.
Judge, I tried to reach out to Ms. Williams, all the contact information I had. I believe I sent her an email. I don't see her in the courtroom. Williams, present.
State requests a bench warrant bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
All right, I'm sorry. I was calling for Miss Nikita Sharon Williams, and I see Mr. Thompson is here. Did we have is Miss Williams here?
No, Your Honor. State requests a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
All right. Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted.
And Your Honor,
yes.
I'd like to go back to Mr. Pierre Nunez.
Yes.
Looking at the charges, state's just going to null pros that. I think it would cost the state more money to jail him on a bench warrant than it would to have him pay his fines.
Good thinking, Mr. Tipton. Nunez will be null pros. Yeah, that was sort of in the back of my mind, but you know. All right, I try to stay in my lane sometimes. Okay, no, Nunez will be null pros, and Thompson, Mr. Thompson. So, Mr. Thompson, you're before the court for speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit. Mr. Thompson, do you have an attorney, or do you need an attorney, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I do not have an attorney, Your Honor. I would like an attorney.
Okay, I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. Mr. Thompson, they're going to need your information. So what I'm going to ask you to do is, do you know how to use the chat function?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so go to the chat function. When you open the chat function, whatever the name is in blue, it should be everyone. Click on that. You're going to look for Taz Taylor. That's going to be way down at the bottom of the screen. Taz Taylor. You're going to send Mr. Taylor your information, your name, first and last, your phone number, and your email address. Name, first and last, phone number, and email address to Mr. Taz Taylor. And one of the attorneys in the courtroom will contact you, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, I came on halfway through the calendar. So
well, I'm gonna run back through it. So Bates is PTI, Beard is Lister Holton Dennis, and they are pre-trying. Bell is an attorney conflict, and they'll be on the April 16th motions calendar. Blankumsi, he was going to speak with you or Ms. Hagler, his attorney, Mr. Washington. So they're in court. Frazier, no pros. Jackson is not guilty, and they'll be on the motions calendar. Johnson, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Knight we're waiting for the verification of her information, and then I think she intends to take a plea as to the second charge.
Your Honor, at the end of the calendar, we are ready for Ms. Knight.
Okay. Larkins, so there's two cases for Ms. Larkins. There's a battery case. Mr. Tucker has a waiver, and the traffic offense that Mr. Lynch may be dealing with that during this calendar, so we're just waiting to hear for the traffic offense. Mejia, Ms. Mejia's chosen a not guilty with a bench trial option. Nash, not guilty. Nunez is a no pros. Smith, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Story, not guilty. Tosi, Mr. Tosi is going to be talking to Mr. Tipton regarding his case. Thompson, it was appointment to Lister Holton Dennis, and so we'll hear something after the pretrial. And Williams is not guilty. I mean, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Okay, so I'm ready on Knight.
And Your Honor, just to confirm, the only pro se person in the courtroom right now is Mr. Tosi. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Knight, if you will unmute and turn on your video for me. All right, so Ms. Knight, it is my understanding that you've spoken with the state. Ms. Hagler, were you able to verify on the first charge for insurance?
Yes, Ron, the state's gonna now cross the count one and proceed forward on count two.
All right, so Ms. Knight, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yeah.
All right, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Felicia M. Knight, 2021 CR 05989 for no insurance information, and too close with an accident. Your no insurance information, count 1 will be no pros. Count 2, you're entering a plea of nolo. By doing so, ma'am, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Ms. Knight?
I do.
That's your basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about May 23rd of 2021, Officer Christopher Norris, Norris, was dispatched to Parkwood Way and Terra Boulevard in reference to a vehicle accident. Upon his arrival, he spoke with the victim in this case, Ms. Stacy Lambert. Ms. Lambert indicated that she was stopped at the light on Spur 3 at Parkwood Way and Mount Zion Road when she was rear-ended by the defendant. And speaking with the defendant during Officer Norris's investigation, the defendant indicated that she was stopped behind the victim in traffic. The left turn light for the traffic turning onto Mount Zion Road turned green, and at that time the defendant tapped the gas, not realizing that her light was still red, and she rear-ended the victim. The victim did have complaints of back pain and was seen by Clayton County Fire Emergency Services personnel. The defendant was cited to be the at-fault driver and was cited for following too closely, as well as no proof of insurance. Your Honor, those are the facts of the case. The state is going to now cross count 1, and for count 2, a fine of $100, and the defendant is no eligible.
All right. So, Ms. Knight, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to count 2. I'll send you to pay a fine in the amount of $100. It'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. Did you said that you wish to have 60 days in which to pay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So the last thing I'm going to ask you to do before you leave is use the chat function. Do you know how to do that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So when you go back to the chat function, the name in blue is probably going to be Ms. Hagler's name. Click on that and you'll see a pull down menu. You're going to go up on the menu to Amanda Wright, AMANDA Wright, RYTE. Send her your email address and your first and last name. And she will make sure that you get your sentencing sheet. It should come in your email in the next day or so. When you look at your sentencing sheet, the email will also have information about how to pay by coming into the building at 9151 Terra Boulevard, or paying online or by phone. It will also have the exact date by which you need to make that payment. Please don't miss that payment date, because if you do, an arrest warrant could issue. And I have so many people who just forget about it, and 6-7 months later, they still haven't paid, and then it comes up on a calendar, and then they don't show up for court to ask for time, and then they get arrested. So please don't do that. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So once you send Ms. Wright your information, you'll be free to go.
All right, I just did. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Knight. Be safe.
You too. Have a good day.
You too. All right, so we're still holding for Beard, Lankumsi, let's see, Tosi, and Thompson. And then we have the traffic offense for Larkins.
Your Honor, I've already spoken with Mr. Tosi. He's ready to enter a plea.
All right, Mr. Tosi, come on down.
Your Honor, I'm going to go ahead and walk down to the courtroom and speak with Attorney Washington on Blancamusi's case.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Regarding Mr. Beard, this
Yeah.
as for continuance at the March 6th arraignment calendar. They wanted to do some additional investigation regarding the case. It appears that there's a cross defendant in the matter, and they want to look into it further.
All right, so we'll find out if they were able to do that. And Ms. Hagler is coming down to the courtroom, Mr. Washington, to speak with Mr. Blancucci. Mr. Tosi, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. Do you hear me,
Yes,
sir?
ma'am.
Okay, do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I swear, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Isaac Ime Tosi, 2022 CR 07066 for driving with expired registration, no tail lights, and failure to change their license within 30 days. Is that what that is?
Your Honor, count one's actually driving while license expired. The license had expired.
Oh,
And the state's
okay.
and the state's only going forward on the no taillights.
All right. All right. So counts 1 and 3 will be no pros by entering a plea to count 2, no taillights. Mr. Tosi, did you wish to enter a guilty plea and save your NOLO for something, I guess, more impactful, or did you wish to use a NOLO plea?
Yes, I use a no plea. Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So by entering a plea of NOLO, you give up the right to have the trial, to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yeah.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On August 8th of 2022, Mr. Tosi was pulled over for having non-working brake lights on the streets of Clayton County. The state's recommendation is a suspended fine of $100. He was arrested on an unrelated incident and spent 86 days in jail. So we are suspending it because of those 86 days that he spent in jail.
All right. So, Mr. Tosi, I'm going to accept your plea on count 2. Counts 1 and 3 will be no pros. So $100 fine that will be suspended. And sir, you're free to go at this time. Please make sure you keep your documents in working order, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Take care, sir. All right. So we're waiting for an update on Beard from the state. We're waiting for information on Blankumsi, and we're waiting for the traffic offense on Larkins, and then we're waiting for Thompson. All right, so I'm going to give you all a little time to talk. For ladies and gentlemen who are here for the 11 o'clock calendar, it's not yet 11, but thank you for being early. So as soon as we have an opportunity, I'm going to call the calendar, and I'll let you know what your rights are with respect to an arraignment calendar. But just be patient. We're going to finish up these things from the 10 o'clock calendar. I know you're here, so just mute your device and we'll get to you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Your Honor, could you give the courtroom co-host power so I could potentially talk with some of the pro se folks on the 11 o'clock calendar?
No.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. So it's
Absolutely, that's fine. Was there a request to continue this? We just picked it up. Okay. So she's coming.
She was down here. Yeah, she still got it. Yeah, she got it through. Got it through the other.
Yeah, I can't drop off that drink. I mentioned some max of the syringe and choked on it.
Larkin's on the paperwork. Marquez Peters, I did not have a recommendation. This was continued at the state's motion. For the investigation of the aggressive driving and the assault.
I'm gonna take a look and see if I can get it right off that file for you. Okay? Is there anything else you guys need that paid for held that I can run a draft paper for? I'll run a draft. Is it Larson or Larkin? Okay, cool.
I said I didn't get it. They're gonna all be. That appears. That appears to be it.
Thank you so much.
Larkin. I told.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Here.
I mean, well, I guess I'm for. Right. Does she have? Okay, this is not for that. That's going to affect you. Okay. And you have a question for me before I put
Mr. Beard, y'all asked for continuance on March 6th for further investigation.
Okay.
That's a case, cross case of aggressive driving and assault between Beard and Neal.
Okay.
Neal.
Okay.
Was on charges of assault.
Okay.
And I'm not representing Neal. So we're asking, what's your intention?
Okay, let me get the file. Okay.
You fucking come on, man. What the fuck?
Sounds like a plan. He is probably going to be a super shooter. Okay, and forced to find a super shooter. Yeah. Does he know that? You do know too, we're doing a lot of super shooter scams, right? I always just warn folks about that. Make sure that yeah, basically people that are like, like stuff, people check court records and stuff, and then they'll send them a text like, hey, cash out this number. $200 to lose all your ES. That's gonna happen. It's just like the beach pass scam. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just saying that's not everybody knows. No, not everybody's in the system like we are. Okay. The reason I'm asking is under 21, they're supposed to automatically state court if they're suspension of their license. So she is almost 30. Let me think of it. I can check and see if she paid fines.
Yeah, check.
Here, I'll show you. What's your case number? Bring it up. It's okay. We're gonna do FI. It's not paid. She's not paid. Those are what the minimums were. And she didn't get the shit paper. C. Also check for bond information. Yeah, she paid a bond. She paid a bond. Looks like $1,500. That's crazy. Yeah. I am when you are.
Your Honor, do I have one announcement?
Yes, Mr. Lynch.
Judge, Mr. Taj Thompson does wish to enter a plea, negotiated plea at this time.
All right, Mr. Thompson, may I see you and hear you, please? All right.
Yes, Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court for 2022 CR 01085, speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holton, Dennis, Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, she pleads guilty at this time.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself for presenting a testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On February 12th of 2022, officers with the Clayton County Police Department did observe a vehicle driven by the defendant driving 100 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone along a portion of I-675 that is within the boundaries of Clayton County. The state's recommendation is a suspended fine of $500 that's suspended for 6 days that the defendant's been in jail, and 12 months probation, a defensive driving course. Probation terminates upon completion of the defensive driving course.
All right. Mr. Lynch, anything on behalf of Mr. Thompson?
No, Judge, I have explained to him that this is likely a super speeder situation. I would ask the court to consider waiving the probation fees in this matter. But if not, I understand. He's going to try to get this defensive driving course taken care of as soon as possible.
All right, so Mr. Thompson, I'm going to accept your plea. I'll send you to 12 months probation to take a defensive, well, it's called a driver improvement course, because we want y'all to improve, and a $500 fine suspended. This probation will terminate upon completion of the driver improvement course and presentation of the proof of completion to probation. So Mr. Thompson, I know this was a while ago, and I'm sure you have matured since then. But when you're driving at speeds like that, people we see in NASCAR and professional driving are trained to drive at speeds like that. And they're trained with the goal of safety being the top concern. When you're on the road with other people, what happens, and I'm going to just speak for myself, if I see somebody in my rearview mirror who's speeding like that, the first thing I do is panic. And then I don't know whether they're going to go left and I should go right, or whether they're going to go right and I should go left. But if you've never seen a collision that happened at speed, like a 100-mile-an-hour collision, I want you to go on YouTube and watch some of those videos, sir. And then I need you to slow down, because the last thing you want to do is you out joyriding, testing the limits of your Hemi, and you kill somebody. We clear?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So now, with respect to the driver improvement course, do not Google it. What I want you to do is to go to the Department of Driver Services. Go online to the Department of Driver Services website. They have a pull-down menu for driver improvement courses. They'll have courses that are in your county, wherever you are, that are closest to you. They give the certificate that we accept. So please make sure you don't waste your money on a course that we're not going to accept. Just make sure you do it through the Department of Driver Services, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and as Mr. Lynch, I'm sure, told you, when you get the notice from the Department of Driver Services, that is not us imposing an additional fine. That is a separate penalty, civil penalty from the Department of Driver Services, because you were speeding to the point where they want to deter that type of behavior. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Thompson, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with our probation expert. That's Ms. James. Ms. James is going to speak to you about probation and all of requirements. Until you have successfully completed probation, you need to make sure that you appear as directed. And then once you have presented the information about your driver improvement course and your certificate, then your probation will terminate. But until that point, you do need to appear. The quickest way to get rearrested is to not appear for probation, okay?
I'll be that.
All right, so I'm putting you in breakout room number 6 with Miss Thompson, with Miss James, and she's going to assist you, okay?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and you do not have to come back to the main room once you've spoken with Miss James.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, bye.
All right, so I'm waiting on announcements from Blackhoopsy and Thompson, Blackhoopsy and Larkins on the Larkins traffic offense. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I know that you all are here for the 11 o'clock calendar. I'm gonna go ahead and start calling the 11 o'clock calendar. And
Your Honor.
Mr. Tipton, the reason I don't, I try not to let you just go ahead and start talking to people is because first they need to hear their rights. And second of all, there's no assumption that they're going to want to talk to the state. They may be represented. They may want representation. And so that's my job to make sure that I clarify that before I allow you to just speak.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right. Yes. Did somebody? Yes.
DeAndre Stanford, is that Mr. Tucker's case? Who's she?
That that was on a separate calendar.
That was Mr. Tucker was supposed to take that plea this morning.
I have David Michael Murphy is the one that Mr. Tucker had.
Okay, well, she is saying she's on. I don't know who she is, DeAndre.
His client is present in the courtroom. Sorry to interject, but Mr. Tucker's client is here, Mr.
Okay, so is there an attorney who's going to sit in for Mr. Tucker? Miss Val?
No, I didn't say no one was going to sit in for.
Okay,
so Mr. Tucker is apparently on the way, according to his client.
Huh?
My understanding was Mr. Tucker had a medical emergency.
Oh,
that's the last thing we got to.
Yeah. So Mr. Murphy,
you may want to contact their office.
Yeah, Mr. Murphy. Two things. One, Mr. Tucker has filed a waiver, so you're excused because of the waiver, but also Mr. Tucker had what I understand to be maybe a medical emergency this morning and asked for and gave that information to our office. His office gave that information to our office. So I'm going to excuse you at this time. Mr. Tucker's office is going to be in contact with you, but if you don't hear from them within the next couple of days, make sure that you reach out to them, okay?
Yeah, he was scheduled, Judge, to take a plea this morning. Mr. Tucker office did send notice in regards to Mr. Tucker not being here this morning. But before he leave, he may want to contact their office and see if someone else is going to come.
Yeah, I don't know that. Yeah, Mr. Tucker doesn't usually have somebody cover for him.
That's what I thought.
So yeah, Mr. Murphy, you can step outside and make a call to the office just to confirm what we have. But if you speak with them and they direct you otherwise, then you can come back in. But otherwise, I think that you're good. You're free to go at this time. All right. We'll talk to you when Mr. Tucker is back.
And Your Honor,
yes,
I believe that Mr. Washington had an announcement to make.
All right, Mr. Washington.
Yes, Your Honor. My client's going to plead not guilty. We did talk to the state. So we're pleading not guilty on his case.
All right, so Mr. Washington, as is my rule, because a lot of private attorneys will plead not guilty and then they disappear. I like to move cases, and so what I expect is once you make a not guilty plea, then you're going to be talking to the state, even when if you're not on a calendar, you're going to be talking to the state and trying to work this out, okay? Because it will pop up on a trial calendar, and I will be ready for trial. If you have any discovery issues, work those out. Do whatever you need to do to request whatever discovery is necessary. Mr. Blakumsey, you know what you're charged with. Please be mindful of that, because what you don't want to do is get another charge of the same type of offense, okay? So please be mindful of what you're facing, all right? All right, Mr. Washington, Mr. Blakumsey, you're free to go at this time. And Mr. Washington, just keep in touch with the state.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. All right. So not guilty for Blakumsey and still holding for Larkin's traffic offense. And I'm going to start with the 11 o'clock calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the State Court of Clayton County, Courtroom 304. This is the 11 o'clock arraignment calendar. So the arraignment calendar is the first time that your case may have been before the trial judge, where the case will be resolved through a trial, a plea, or some administrative action. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'll let everybody to know that you're entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you do not have an attorney, speak with me about that when we call your name. We'll see if you intend to hire one or if you need to have one appointed to you. You may, of course, represent yourself. But I do wish to inform you that if you're entering a plea of not guilty and you intend to go to trial, representing yourself comes with some significant cautions, and that is that the court cannot treat you any differently than I would someone who is trained in the rules of procedure or evidence. I can't treat you any differently than I would treat someone who is a lawyer and practicing before the court. So please be mindful that it may be difficult for you to get evidence into the record of the court. It may be difficult for you to challenge any arguments made by the state or to make arguments on your behalf. Now, if you go to trial, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to do anything or submit any evidence or testimony. You have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination, and no one can force you or entice you in any way to give evidence or testimony in your case. However, if you and your attorney wish to bring evidence on your behalf or to argue or challenge any arguments made by the state, you can do that, but you're not required to because it is the state's burden to prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If you were convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believe that conviction was a mistake, you have the right within 30 days of the court's verdict to go to an appellate court, and they may review the information and make a different decision. Those are the rights that come with entering a plea of not guilty and going to trial. If you enter a plea of guilty, it's because you believe you're guilty of the underlying offense, even if you do not agree with all of the factual statements made by the state. And if you enter a plea of guilty, then the court is going to allow you or you and your attorney to speak with the state to recommend a plea. We will sentence you. We will most of the sentences at this point are fines and fees. And if you need additional time to pay, I can give you up to 60 days to pay fines and fees. All I ask is that you put a reminder in your phone and do not miss that deadline. If you do, you would have a suspended sentence violation and you could be arrested for that. So please be mindful of that. All right, and if you were to enter a plea of nolo contendory is Latin for no contest. It means that you understand the state has evidence that they could present at trial that might result in a conviction against you. You do not want to contest that evidence, but you do not want to enter a plea of guilty. And as such, if you entered a plea of nolo, there are certain benefits that come with that, particularly in traffic cases. If you have a nolo available to you, you have not used a nolo for the same or similar offense within the last 5 years, it may help you avoid points on your license. It may help you avoid a suspension of your license. Also, I caution you if you have a commercial driver's license and your livelihood depends on your license being operated. If you enter a plea or go to trial and are convicted, we can't tell you what might happen to your commercial driver's license. So we don't want you to lose your livelihood or your ability to earn a living without knowing and understanding what could happen. If you are in any way unsure, please enter a plea of not guilty. And while you prepare for trial, you can do that research to figure out what might happen to your license. And when you come back for trial, you'll have the opportunity to go to trial or take a plea. Don't care how it's resolved, but at least you will know what would happen with your CDL. And the last thing, if you're under 21, if you're a driver who's under 21 years of age, it only takes 4 points to suspend your license. And that suspension is going to be a hard 6-month suspension, meaning it'll be longer than if you were 21 or older, and you will not have the opportunity to have a permit for school or work. So be mindful of that when your name is called and we're talking about your case. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, those are my announcements. I'm going to call the calendar. I do need to know that you are here. So if you're sitting in the courtroom, please let us know that you're here. If you are online, thank you everybody for putting your first name and last name on the screen. I do see one iPhone. Please rename yourself. If you activate your screen, touch where you see iPhone, click on the box, the blue box with the 3 white dots. There should be a pull down menu for rename. Rename yourself. Please put your first and last name. I see Zoom user do the same. Please rename yourself and put your first and last name, because if you have technical difficulties and you're not able to unmute when I call your name, then I could enter a bench warrant, bond forfeiture, and you're not able to respond to me. If I see your name, I'll give you grace. So please put your first and last name on the screen. All right, first name on the calendar is Tanisha Lachelle Bradley, Lister Houghton Dennis.
Tanisha Bradley. Judge, Tanisha Bradley is in the courtroom. If I could just have a moment to conference with Miss Bradley, we'll have an announcement for you.
All right, next is Daquan Aveyu Bridges.
Daquan Bridges. Judge, same announcement. Daquan Bridges is present in the courtroom. I would just like to have a brief conference with him before we make our announcement.
All right. Next case is Amir Armand Cowley.
Mr. Cowley, Amir Cowley.
The state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Amir Armand Cowley. It's Zoom user or iPhone. Now's your chance. Please let me know. Amir, last call, Amir Armand Cowley. All right. Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted.
Thank you.
All right. Next on the calendar is Bryant Jaquil Dennis.
Bryant.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
All right. So, Mr. Dennis, let me go ahead and change that name for you since you're having some trouble. Hold on. All right. Mr. Dennis is present. Mr. Lynch or Mr. Taylor?
Judge, I'm going to have Mr. Taylor talk to Mr. Dennis and get his contact information if we get a hold for that announcement.
All right. Mr. Dennis, you may get a chat. The chat will appear as a red box with a white number in it. Please respond to that chat.
All right.
Thank you. All right. Next is Gervon Lemuel Henry. Mr. Sterling.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Sterling for Mr. Henry, who's present on Zoom. We're going to waive formal reading, enter a plea of not guilty. Judge, I did pre-try this case with the state in anticipation of today's hearing and communicated the initial offer to my client who decided to enter a plea of not guilty. I'll continue to work with the state and see if we can work it out. But as of right now, he's going to enter a plea of not guilty.
All right. Where's Mr. Henry?
I'm right here.
Oh, iPhone. All right. So, Mr. Henry, let me tell you a little something. So the reason a case like this is concerning is because you're innocent until proven guilty. But when these charges show up, you know what it means to me? It means that somebody is being irresponsible with a firearm. It means that you were charged because you didn't actually know where your firearm was and it wasn't properly secured. And so that is paramount to me. As a gun owner myself, I know where all my guns are. They're secured. And I don't go to the airport or any other place that I'm not supposed to carry and have the shock of finding out that I have a firearm on me. Firearms kill, and too many people are killed through accidental discharge, through actually having a firearm available to them that they may not have had before. So please be mindful of this. The real danger is not that you were carrying in a place where you shouldn't have been carrying. That's the crime. But the real danger is that you didn't know where your firearm was, or you weren't being responsible with your firearm. So just to let you know that, Mr. Sterling, whatever the I guess whatever you all do, if the plan is to take a plea at some point, then firearm safety is definitely going to be a part of that. And so if you want to get started on that beforehand, then that's up to you and Mr. Henry. But that's the court.
Yes, Your Honor. I've talked to Mr. Henry about that.
All right. All right. All right. So, Mr. Henry, I'm going to accept your plea of not guilty. You're going to keep in touch with Mr. Sterling. Mr. Sterling, you're going to keep in touch with the state so that we can get this resolved.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Take care. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Next is Amaya Kimura Neely Lloyd.
Judge, Miss Lloyd is present on the Zoom call.
Hello.
I had chatted to Miss Lloyd if she could send her best contact information to Taz Taylor through the chat. And I will speak. I'm going to request a conference with my client before we go ahead and make an announcement.
All right. So, Ms. Lloyd, please make sure that you send that information to Mr. Taylor so that they can speak with you about your case, okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Right. You're welcome. Thank you, ma'am. All right, Michael Dion Parks.
Michael Dion Parks, President of the Court. Michael Parks.
Michael Dion Parks.
Your Honor, state's going to request a bench warrant bond forfeiture. He's not answering in the courtroom either.
All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture, last call for Michael Dion Parks. All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Next on the calendar is Joseph Michael Reed. Joseph Michael Reed.
Your Honor, Mr. Reed is present in the courtroom.
All right, Mr. Reed, see an attorney for you. Come on up and talk to me.
Come over here, please.
Mr. Reed, you have been charged with defective equipment, giving false name, address, or date of birth, 2 counts, and carrying a concealed weapon, count 4. You have the option, sir, of hiring an attorney to represent you. You can ask the court to appoint counsel for you if you need counsel, or you can speak with the state yourself and represent yourself. Sir, which choice are you making?
I would like to speak with the state and represent myself.
All right. All right. So are you over 21, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to allow you to speak with Mr. Tipton is in the courtroom. So you may be speaking with him or Ms. Hagler. And at this time, sir, just have a seat. And once they have an announcement, they'll come back. All right. Anthony Mark Reel. Anthony Mark Reel. R-E-L.
Mr. Reels is present in the courtroom.
Mr. Reel is present. Come on out, Mr. Reel. Oops. Mr. Reel, you have those options, sir. You can hire an attorney to assist you. I can appoint an attorney to assist you, or you can represent yourself, sir. Which choice did you wish to make today?
Have an appointed attorney appointed.
All right, so I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holton, Dennis to assist you. They're going to speak with you, and they will make an announcement at the appropriate time, okay?
Okay.
All right, have a seat for me. Frank Sims. Frank Sims. Frank Sims.
Judge, Mr. Sims is present on the Zoom call. Mr. Sims, if you could unmute.
Okay.
Judge, I did speak to Mr. Sims about his case, and I know he has paid a reinstatement fee, but he can't get his license back in Georgia until he clears up something in another state. I was going to request, if the state would not object, a one-time continuance to allow him hopefully to get his license, and I think the state may make a favorable recommendation based on that.
How long does Mr. Sims need, Mr. Lynch?
I think 30 days would 30 days be enough, Mr. Sims?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That'll work. I should have it all happening by then.
Your Honor, state would be okay with getting him 60 days in with the express understanding that the state's not getting another extension past the 60. And that gives him plenty of time to do it. He's saying he can get it done 30, so after 60, there should not be an excuse.
All right, sounds reasonable. So, Mr. Sims, that means that whatever you need to clear up in whatever other state or states that there are, get those done, and you'll be back on the calendar in 60 days. The most important part is that you keep in touch with Mr. Lynch and let him know how things are going, so you do not miss the opportunity to be back in court and resolve this, okay?
And Your Honor,
Yes.
Could we get a date certain for Mr. Sims?
Miss Val or Miss Wright, do we have a date for the?
No, we're gonna notice him.
Okay, so we're gonna have to notice you because we got some, we're moving some stuff around, and we have to set the coming calendars yet. All right, so we'll give you notice. Jamal Fenton Smith, this was from the defender's office upstairs, and so the previous public defender is listed, and so I'm willing to appoint Lister, Holton, Dennis unless there's an issue. So I'm going to call once more Jamal Fenton Smith.
Oh, he's present, Judge.
Okay.
And
all right, so Lister, Holton, Dennis, I'll give you the opportunity to speak with them.
Absolutely, Judge. So she's going to appoint us.
All right, next is Vakira Lachey Smith. Vakira Lachey Smith. Bakira Smith.
State's going to request a bench warrant bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted. Next is Streeter, Nathaniel Taji Streeter. Nathaniel Taji Streeter.
Your Honor, state's going to request a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted. This was a fine over from one of the municipalities, so I'm not sure what issues come with that, but just to let you know. Jawanza Timothy Thomas, 2 cases. Jawanza Timothy Thomas.
Jawanza Thomas, present. Judge, I reached out to Mr. Thomas and all the contacts that I had.
All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture for both cases.
Does the court wish to appoint Mr. Holt for a second case?
For who? Oh, yeah, I mean, I'll appoint you, that's fine. Nikos Isaac Thomas. Nikos Isaac Thomas. Last call for Nikos Isaac Thomas.
Your Honor, there's no response from the courtroom. State's going to request a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
All right, I don't see anybody on screen by that name, so bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted. All right, so I know we have some talking to do. So Bradley is in the courtroom. It's going to be a conference. Bridges in the courtroom's conference. Cowley is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Dennis is in the courtroom, on video. And that needs to be a conference. Henry is a not guilty. Lloyd, video, Dennis conference. Parks, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Reed, Mr. Reed is representing himself, and we'll speak with the state. Real is an appointment to Lister Holton Dennis. Sims is a 60-day continuance and will be noticed. Smith Jawal is Lister Holton Dennis. He's in the courtroom. Smith Bakira is bench warrant bond forfeiture. Streeter, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Thomas J. Thomas, bench warrant bond forfeiture ×2. And N. Thomas is in the courtroom, is my understanding. Is that correct?
But you forgot Walker. Yeah, you missed Walker.
Oh, I'm sorry. And Miss Kenisha Walker. Miss Walker is present by video.
Yes, Judge, and I would just request a conference with Miss Walker.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. So let me know, do you need bench warrant? I mean, do you need breakout rooms right now, or do you need to talk with the people in the courtroom? Let me know what you want to do.
Judge, I think I'm going to start talking to the people in the courtroom, and then between me and Mr. Taylor, we may request a breakout room, but I think we're going to try to talk to as many people on outside of breakout rooms as possible.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, this is very important. Make sure your device is muted, because if you get a call from your attorney, we don't want you broadcasting what you all are talking about. So they are likely to call you or text you. So please make sure that you mute your device so we don't hear any of that, okay? When we come back, we'll get announcements as they are made. Right now, just everybody be muted, and we'll work through the calendar as necessary, okay?
Your Honor, can we go ahead and do Larkin from the 10 o'clock? We're ready on that case.
The traffic one, okay,
Yes,
is
Your Honor.
ready?
Yes.
Yes, Judge, we're ready for that as well.
All right, so Ms. Larkin, come on up. Brittany Marie Larkins, 2022 CR 01964. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? I can hear you, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, put your hand down. So Ms. Larkins, you're before the court on 2022 CR 01964 for distracted driving count 1 and erratic lane change count 2. Mr. Lynch, how does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, she's going to enter a no contest plea to count 2, and count 1 will be no pros based on proof of hands-free device. Ms. Hegler, you got that photo I sent you?
Yes. Yes.
All right. All right. By entering a plea of nolo, To count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about June the 3rd of 2021, Deputy Craig Wright, WRIGHT, observed the defendant change lanes from lane 3 to lane 4, which was Deputy Wright's lane of travel, and the defendant almost struck Deputy Wright's patrol vehicle. At that time, Deputy Wright had to apply his brakes heavily and swerved to lane 5 in order to avoid a collision. Deputy Wright did observe that the defendant had her cell phone in her lap while operating her vehicle. This occurred in the area of I-75 North Expressway in Forest Park, Southwest Clayton County. Those are facts in the case. You want to count 1 to take count 2, a fine of $100.
All right, Mr. Lynch, anything on behalf of Ms. Larkins?
Not at this time, Judge. I would just, I believe that you get that paid within.
I can do it today.
She can go ahead and pay it today, Judge.
All right, so Ms. Larkins, the fine is $100. It'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. You can go down to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left and you'll go to the traffic court window. They'll take your payment and they'll give you your paperwork, okay?
Judge, she didn't quite hear the part about where to pay it, but I believe she's going to the second floor at the traffic court window, correct?
Yes, second floor, traffic court window. When you come through the double doors back into the hallway on the second floor, go to your left.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, we never did get an update on Beard, the cross complaint.
We're still holding for that announcement on that one, Your Honor. Thank you.
Right. So I'm gonna let you all start speaking with the people in the courtroom, and then we'll switch the bid to making breakout rooms for the people on video when as soon as we can. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you would mute your device, and I'll be here for the announcement. Yes.
In the matter of Mr. Beard, we are still waiting for the state's.
Yeah, I know. I just reminded her.
Yes, we're still holding, Attorney Taylor. Thank you.
You're holding for information from your office.
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
In regards to Miss Amaya Lloyd, Lister and Holton Dennis has previously been appointed to her. Yes. However, she has informed me through the chat that I believe she's in the process of retaining another attorney. I just wanted to kind of go ahead and address that with Miss Lloyd, whether she's hired another attorney or you know, but that's my understanding. She's hiring an attorney. So I just wanted to.
Well, y'all talk about it. And if she is, then she needs to let me know on the record that what the timeline for that is. Okay. So I'm gonna let y'all figure it out. And if she is in fact hiring another attorney, then I need to know. And I need to know how long it's gonna take her to get that done.
I understand.
All right, thank you.
And Your Honor, I do have an announcement.
Yes, Mr. Tipton.
I've already spoken with Mr. Reed. We have a negotiated plea.
Come on up, Mr. Reed. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. Okay, you can put your hand down, sir. You're before the court on 2022 CR 00702 for, 202 CR 00690 for defective equipment, count 1, giving a false name, address, or date of birth, counts 2 and 3, and carrying a concealed weapon. Count 4, you're representing yourself. Is that correct, Mr. Reed?
Yes, ma'am, correct, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Tipton, what have you and Mr. Reed agreed to with respect to the 4 charges on this case?
Your Honor, he's going to plead guilty to count 2 and count 4. Counts 1 and 3 will be null prost.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to counts 2 and 4, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, Mr. Tipton.
Yes, Your Honor. On January 14th of 2022, officers at the Clayton County Police Department observed a vehicle driving with defective equipment, specifically defective headlamps. Based on that, they initiated a traffic stop. When they initiated the traffic stop, the driver, the defendant before you, Mr. Joseph Reed, gave them the name of Mr. Ellis, E-L-L-I-S, Beauford, B-E-A-U-F-O-R-D, a false name. After determining that that false information was given to the police officer, they initiated a safety search of the of Mr. Reed and determined that he was carrying a Glock serial number BFSP494, and that's a Glock 19 on his person without a valid concealed carry permit. The state's recommendation, Your Honor, for count 2 is 12 months probation to be concurrent with count 4. For count 4, it's 12 months probation. Forfeit the weapon. Again, that is a Glock 19, serial number B as in Bradley, F as in Frank, S as in Sam, P as in Paul, 494, and take a gun safety course. Once he's completed his gun safety course, he may petition the court for early termination.
All right. So I'll go ahead and put on TLC. So once you show proof of having completed the gun safety course, your probation can terminate at that point. They don't have to come back and ask me. So I'm going to accept your plea to count 2 and count 4. Count 1 and count 3 will be null pros. On count 2, 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 4, 12 months probation to forfeit your weapon that was in the subject of this incident and to take a gun safety course. Upon proof of having taken the gun safety course, to your probation officer, your probation can terminate. The quickest way to get rearrested is to fail to appear for your probation reports until your case is terminated. Do you understand, Mr. Reed?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Reed, you can't, the rules change so quickly, but at the time of this incident, you were not allowed to carry concealed, but you could have had open carry. So please be mindful of what the laws are in this state with respect to how you handle a gun. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am, I do, Your Honor.
All right. And also, when your gun is not in your presence, please make sure it's properly secured, because we have way too many children and young people who get a hold of guns and end up hurt or deceased because the gun was not properly secured by an adult.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to ask you to, when you exit the courtroom, you're going to go to your right. The courtroom next door, 305. In the first set of double doors, Ms. James, the probation expert, is going to be in there, and she's going to get you signed up for probation. You do not have to come back in here to the main room. But once you finish with Ms. James, then you'll be free to go and just go ahead and start doing what you need to do. Please make sure you ask her any questions that are crucial to you successfully completing your probation, okay?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and sir, the last thing, we can open phones with our faces and our fingerprints. You don't think that they're going to know who you are if you give a false name? All you did was pick up 2 charges that you didn't need to pick up. I call them the dumb charges, because when people do that, they pick up 2 extra state misdemeanor offenses that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise.
You're right, Your Honor.
Okay, see, y'all think you slick, but really you're not.
No, ma'am, not at all. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much, sir. Go to probation. All right, do we have any other announcements?
None from the state in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm gonna, I'll mute until you guys give me an announcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Judge, I do have an announcement from Miss Tanisha Bradley.
Got a cool little fan if you want. No, it's all right. I'll bring one in.
Yes.
Just want to make it.
I guess I should move this. No.
Attorney Taylor, I'm going to send you a message in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
She might be using that while we don't
Your Honor, I have an announcement for Mr. Dennis' case. When you're ready.
Did you get my chat, Attorney Taylor?
I have not yet, but I've been speaking with a client.
Okay, okay. I already sent it to you, so whenever you get a moment, then, okay.
I'll go take a look. You sent that to my other.
Direct it to you, yeah. Direct it to you. Thank you.
I mean, 5 years later on this week.
Yes, sir. You have attorneys that represent you, so they'll make announcements before they're. Okay. Oh, jeez. We really haven't thought we were doing. Yeah. Anyone else in the meeting? This is the first time we've been up in court in can't tell you how many years.
That's the old courthouse.
Oh, yeah, I love it. She's so, yeah, she's great. And just I thought she was private practice.
They did it down the road.
Yeah, she.
Here's what I.
It's really, I don't know, I'm just tired of you. Especially since I started working out again, my body's been like, protein synthesis. Rah!
Tell me, this thing doesn't work as well.
I'm gonna have to give up your. right. Is this thing rechargeable?
Yeah. I'll get up there.
It's not hot flashes, Taz. I started working out again last month. I'm getting my body back.
For the summer body.
Great. Let me mute myself.
I think that just is ready to take a announcement.
Your Honor, are you ready to take any announcements?
Y'all have announcements?
In the matter of Thank you, Your Honor. In the matter of Mr. Dennis, that will be a not guilty plea today.
All right.
Is he free to leave the Zoom call?
One second. Mr. Dennis, if you have bond conditions that require you to not go near a certain place or person, please make sure you adhere to those bond conditions. Failure to do so could result in your bond being revoked and being charged with additional misdemeanors or.
People will sign over their entire life savings if you guarantee.
Yes, ma'am.
Please be mindful of that. And also, please keep in touch with your attorneys, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis.
All right.
Next week.
All right,
Okay.
any other announcements?
Yes, Judge. Tanisha Bradley, President of the courtroom, is entering a not guilty plea at this time.
All right, Ms. Bradley, same announcement. Please make sure you know what your bond conditions are. Please do not have contact with anybody listed on your bond conditions or go back to any location that might be prohibited, so that you don't get your bond revoked and then get possibly charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. All right, keep in touch with your attorney. You're free to go at this time. Any other announcement?
Judge Daquan Bridges, President of the courtroom, does wish to enter a not guilty plea at this time.
All right, Mr. Bridges, please make sure that you're mindful of what you're charged with, that we don't repeat anything that could get you charged with the same or similar offense. Please keep in touch with your attorneys, and you're free to go at this time.
And Judge, if I could request a breakout room with Miss Lloyd, just to get this information squared away about her new attorney.
All right, the breakout room with Miss Anya Lloyd. Miss Lloyd is going into breakout room number 3. The courtroom is going into breakout room number 3. And we'll wait your announcement. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We're moving through the calendar, and if your attorney hasn't already talked to you, he will soon.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Lynch.
So I did speak to Ms. Lloyd just a little bit more. She had indicated that she is in the process of hiring James Bowles, who I'm familiar with, to represent her on this case. And I think she was hoping the court could give her a one-time continuance to get him retained. I just wanted to kind of pass that information along, however the court wants to handle it.
Is Ms. Bowles back from the breakout room? I mean, Ms. Lloyd.
Ms.
Ms. Lloyd.
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Give you a 30-day continuance to go ahead and complete the your hiring of Mr. Bowles. Please understand that's 30 days. You're not guaranteed another continuance, so he has to be hired. That means paid, and ready to file an entry by the next time you're on the calendar. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank
Yes,
you.
Judge. Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you. All right.
All right. Any other breakout rooms requested?
Not at the moment, Judge. I think I have a few people in the courtroom to still speak to.
All right. I'll be back.
All right, so I'm gonna put me on mute and my video's off.
Pardon me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Tipton?
Your Honor, Deputy Chief Ponder is back. I was covering for her so she could step away for a moment. May I be excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. I'm present.
Hi, Ms. Ponder.
Hi.
Your Honor, this is Amaya. I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Lloyd.
Do I still need to be on the Zoom call?
No, ma'am, you're free until your next, until about 30 days when your next court appearance is. Just make sure you hire your lawyer.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I have a breakout room with Ms. Stanford and also Ms. Hemphill, please?
All right, Ms. Stanford,
Yes.
you wish to have a breakout room with the state?
That's me, Your Honor. I would like to have a breakout room, Ms. Stanford, and also Ms. Hemphill.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Hold
No, you're
on.
fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Stanford, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 1. Ms. Hemphill, breakout room number 1. Ms. Ponder, breakout room.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Um,
Your Honor,
We've got a Jasmine Williams on the 1 o'clock.
she's on the 10 o'clock. Sorry, I thought she was on this calendar. So,
Yes.
Your Honor, could I request a breakout room with Deputy, with Ms. Ponder?
Okay, I think she is in a breakout. No, she's back. Hold on.
I'm back, Your Honor.
All right, so breakout room number 3. I'll move Ms. Ponder to breakout room number 3, courtrooms in breakout room number 3. All right, and we're waiting on announcements for Real, Smith, Jermel Smith, Thomas, and Walker.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have a quick question pertaining to positions 1 and 2 on the 11 o'clock calendar.
All right.
I may have missed those announcements. Were both of those not guilties?
Yes, Bradley not guilty, Bridges not guilty, Cowley is a bench warrant bond forfeiture, Dennis is not guilty, Henry is a not guilty, Lloyd is continuance to hire an attorney, Parks bench warrant bond forfeiture, Reed plea, Real still waiting an announcement, Sims continued, Smith waiting an announcement. Smith J. The other Smith V is bench warrant bond forfeiture. Streeter, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Thomas, bench warrant bond forfeiture ×2. And then Thomas N, still waiting on an announcement, and Walker, still waiting on an announcement.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, I do have a few announcements.
I'm ready.
So Jamal Smith is going to enter a not guilty plea at this time.
All right.
For Mr. Real, Ms. Ponder is, well, we're holding on that announcement. I think she's doing a little investigation, is going to tell me whether we have a resolution potentially today. And then who else were we holding on? And also Attorney Tucker is here for David Murphy.
Is Mr. Murphy here? Because I told him he's here. Okay. All right. All right. Smith is a not guilty.
So we'd be ready to enter this plea.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Tucker was indicating he'll be ready to go forward on the plea at the court's pleasure.
Okay, I'm ready when he is.
Your Honor, that's actually going to be Deputy Chief Ponder's case on that one.
Okay.
And I think she's doing research, Attorney Lynch said, so we can just hold.
I am ready.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Attorney Hayward.
You're welcome.
All right. So Murphy, Mr. David Michael Murphy, come on up. Mr. Murphy, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, sir, you're before the court on 2021 CR 08510 for fleeing from police, reckless driving, obstruction of an officer, and traffic violation. You're represented by Attorney Matthew Tucker, who's with you at the podium. Mr. Tucker, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
I believe there's going to be two dismissed. He'll plead nolo on the other two.
All right, Ms. Ponder.
Yes, Your Honor. The state is moving to dismiss count 1 and count 3. It's my understanding the defendant is going to plead to count 2 and 4.
Okay, is it a nolo plea or a guilty plea, Mr. Tucker?
The nolo on the reckless, and I was hoping to carry it to the red light violation if possible, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, and you were looking for what now?
Nolo on the reckless, I think that's count 1, 2, and then if possible nolo on the red light violation or stop sign.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Murphy, you're entering a plea of nolo to counts 2 and 4. Counts 1 and 3 will be no pros. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On October the 8th, 2019, officers were on general patrol in the area near Jonesboro United Methodist Church, 142 South Main Street, located here in Clayton County, Georgia. Okay. Officers observed the defendant vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed on College Street, heading eastbound. Officers observed that the defendant was traveling at an extreme amount of speed and blew through the red light. Officers then attempted to make contact with that vehicle as the defendant was traveling about 100 miles per hour. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. The state's recommendation is as follows. The state is moving to dismiss count 1. Count 2 is a $500 fine. Count 3, the state is moving to no pros, and count 4 is a $100 fine.
All right. Okay, somebody's talking and you need to mute.
Is smaller than a grain of rice. The university said the pacemaker is so
Tyrone,
small.
right? You mute. I don't need to hear your news. All right. So, you know, Mr. Murphy, I've traveled that a lot. And that is a 25-mile-per-hour zone because of the churches. So I'm not sure what was going on. Were you having some kind of medical emergency or something I need to know about that would cause you to drive recklessly on College? You're muted, Mr. For some reason it's muted. So please unmute, Deputy. Or somebody unmute for me.
Your Honor, there were some mitigating factors in this situation, and I believe as the police report states, he didn't clock him at 100. He said catching up to him, his speeds went up to 100. There was an issue going on with the school. He was trying to get to the school as quick as possible. And as he said to me, he just made a very bad decision. He said there's no way he was going that far, that fast. And as I read the report again, it did state that the officers went to speeds of 100 to catch up to him. So it wasn't like he was going that fast. He knows College Station very familiar, and he says there were stop signs and red lights because you can't go through it because Jonesboro Police is usually sitting right there. And he just, as I submitted the paperwork to the state to show what was going on with him and the medical issues that he was dealing with, we came to this agreement here to take into consideration those factors. And upon rereading the report, it does appear that he didn't clock him, but he didn't see him. He just catching up to him. He had to get up to those speeds.
All right. So, Mr. Murphy, I understand that sometimes there are emergencies and we feel like we got to get there as quick as possible. But killing somebody on the way or you getting into an accident and killing yourself is not going to achieve the ends that you're trying to get to. You understand? If you don't think that you can get there safely, ask somebody else to drive you. All right? Because I like I said, I know that is a 25-mile-per-hour zone because I travel it every day. And knowing that, I just don't even understand how you would, even if it wasn't 100 miles per hour, it's hard to do 50 miles per hour on that street. It's very narrow, and it's not really conducive to opening your vehicle up at high speed. So please be mindful of that. Count 2 is a $500 fine. That'll be $737.50 with the surcharges. That will run concurrent with count 4, which is a $100 fine. That'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. Mr. Tucker, how long does your client need to pay these amounts?
He was going to pay it today, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
He was going to pay it today.
All right. So, Mr. Murphy, you're going to go downstairs to the second floor and make your payment, and they'll give you your paperwork. All right. Thank you. Mr. Tucker, go home and get some rest.
I'll walk with him, Your Honor, to make sure that happens.
All right. Go home and get some rest, Mr. Tucker. Having them call my office, having me all thinking something's wrong with you.
No, I hopefully got it cleared up this morning, and I'll have to come to a follow-up. But boy, those tests they had me in, I should have not gone there in a suit. I should have had shorts and a t-shirt. But
all right.
I appreciate your concern, Your Honor.
All right. Take care, sir. All right. I still don't have an announcement on Beard. I don't know why I'm still waiting for Beard since it was the state that asked for the continuance and y'all have had time to do the research. Number 1. Number 2, I'm still waiting on Rio, Thomas, and Walker from the 11 o'clock calendar. And y'all know I'm about to start the 1 o'clock calendar.
Yeah, so I can give an announcement on Beard. So Beard, there's another case with Beard. There is a cross defendant in Beard, but also there is a victim. I will need to speak with, I'm not sure who represents Beard, Attorney Lynch or Attorney Taylor, but I can speak to either one of them. I'm going to head to the courtroom because I need to update Attorney Lynch on Mr. Real, and that'll be the announcement for those 2 cases. Mr. Lynch, do you represent Mr. Beard?
I think it's
that's Mr. Taylor.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, and I'll speak to Mr. Taylor. And do you all represent Miss Neal as well, or no?
I don't believe so, but I'll double check that. We may.
Okay. Only reason I'm asking, because it may need to be conflict out because there are cross defendants in order to
I agree. If we are,
resolve the case, but I'll be down there momentarily.
thank you, Judge.
All right, just let me know who needs the conflict counsel. All right, I'll update me in a moment.
And Judge, I think on Ms. Walker, we'll probably have a resolution. I just need to speak to Ms. Ponder about that since she's coming down here, but we'll probably be ready for a plea on that very shortly as well. And
All
then
right.
the other outstanding case I think you said was Thomas, and I think that's not a Lister and Holt case. Am I wrong about that?
I'm on the wrong calendar.
And what's the first name for Thomas? Because we have multiple Thomases on the calendar.
I got you. It's the second person on the calendar. Nikos, Isaac Thomas. I thought he was in the courtroom.
I have bench warrant bond forfeiture on my calendar.
And if I need to, I can speak with Nikos Thomas if they're in a courtroom.
Do y'all have him in the courtroom? If not, it's a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Judge, I don't believe there's no Mr. Thomas in the courtroom.
All right, bench warrant bond forfeiture. All right, so that's one less person. So that leaves Real and Walker for announcements and Beard. Okay. We'll be back.
Excuse me. I got a question. Where everybody at? Everybody gone? Can somebody hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm also a defendant.
You also defending? Well, listen, they told me I got court at 1 o'clock. I just logged on to this. Like, did I miss anything?
No, they were finishing up the 11 o'clock calendar, and they'll be back on in a minute.
Okay, that's why I wonder, because I see she just logged off, and my shit say Zoom 1 o'clock, Miss Hayward.
Yeah, they'll be back. They just finished the 11 o'clock calendar.
Man, what this shit like, man? Cause this shit, man,
Sir,
I don't know what I gotta even go to court for.
Sir.
This shit can piss me off.
Sir, this is Investigator Ridgeway, Clayton County Solicitor General's office. Just hold tight. We'll get with you, okay?
All right, appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the 1 o'clock calendar, we're not there yet. You're here, mute your device. I'll explain everything once we get started. I do need to finish up the 11 o'clock calendar. So once we do that, then we'll start with the 1 o'clock calendar and I will explain everything, okay? If you have questions, I'll answer them at that time. Thank you.
Yeah, come on. So tell, I don't be wanting to walk all the way over there, but I do. What you talking about?
Ladies and gentlemen, please mute your devices. If you don't see a little red line over the little old-fashioned microphone on your screen next to your name or your designation, please make sure you put that on there, because I'm hearing a lot of inappropriate foolishness, and it's really not. I'm not liking it. Also, if you don't have your first and last name on the screen, please change your name. I see Zoom user, I need you to rename yourself. Click on your picture. Right next to it should be a blue box with 3 white dots. Click on that and it'll pull down a menu that says, you'll see rename on the menu. Please rename yourself. All right, and please make sure your device is muted.
And Your Honor, we have a couple announcements for you.
All right.
For Mr. Anthony Real, the state is moving to null prospect case that has been communicated with counsel.
All right. Real will be null pros. Mr. Real and anyone associated with the case is free to go at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Also with Mr. Beard, it appears that there, as state stated, there is a cross defendant by the name of Martika Neal. They have the same case number. Your Honor, the state is requesting a 30-day reset so that both cases can be placed on the calendar so that they can both be resolved.
Okay, that's fine. Is there a possibility that we can determine which one is going to need conflict counsel?
So it's my,
Ms. Neal would like you, right?
yes, unless you all represent, so you all representing Beard. Okay, so Ms. Neal, Your Honor, will need a conflict.
All right. So Martika Neal will need conflict counsel. Okay, and that concludes the 10 o'clock calendar, the 11 o'clock calendar. You all have announcements for that?
Yes, Judge. So I know Ms. Kenisha Walker, we do have a negotiated plea on that case.
All right, I'm ready on Walker.
State is ready to go, Your Honor.
May I see you, please? Raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Ms. Walker, you're before the court of State of Georgia versus Kenisha Walker, 2022 CR 00631 for criminal trespass and obstruction of an officer. You're represented by Attorney Owen Lynch, who's with you, who's here on the video. Mr. Lynch, what's your client plead to the offense before the court, offenses before the court?
Judge, she's going to enter a no contest plea to count 2, and I believe the state has agreed to null pros count 1.
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo to count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On May the 25th, 2020, officers responded to a domestic disturbance at 100 Morrow Road, located here in Clayton County, Georgia. When officers arrived on scene, they made contact with Durante Turner. That's D-E-R-O-N-T-E, last name Turner, T-U-R-N-E-R. During the course of their investigations, officers made contact with the defendant, before you, Ms. Walker. Officers attempted to place her under a lawful arrest, in which she did refuse. At that point, she began to run away from the patrol vehicle, screaming no. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. The state's recommendation: count 1, state is moving to no pros. Count 2 is a $300 fine.
Mr. Lynch.
Yes, Your Honor. I would just ask the court accept the plea as negotiated. Ms. Walker informs me she will be able to have that paid in full within 60 days if the court would allow her that amount of time.
All right. Ms. Lynch, I'm going to need you to send your email address to Ms. Wright. That's Amanda Wright by chat. You know how to do that?
Yeah, Miss
Your Honor.
I'm sorry, Ms. Walker. Yes?
Oh, you have it? Okay, we have the email address, Judge. We'll go ahead and send it to Ms. Wright.
All right. All right. Now, Ms. Walker, what were you doing? What was going on?
No, she scared me. Like, I've been arrested before, but instead of her telling me to put my hands behind my back, like, she told me to put my bag on the car and like open my bag, and then she just started reaching behind her back. So that scared me. So I just ran. I didn't know what
to outrun a bullet.
I don't know. This was right after George Floyd, so all I knew was you could have just told me to put my hands behind your back, and I would have did.
I got you.
You know, I was just scared, but I did.
Right, and Ms. Walker,
I'll take accountability.
Let's do this. Let's never have to say I was arrested again. Okay?
Oh yes, ma'am. Oh, this is the last time.
Let's not do that. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to give you 60 days in which to pay. The fine is $300. It'll be $444 with the surcharges. Go ahead and get that paid. Get this behind you, and let's not ever have to utter the words "I was arrested" again. Okay.
You said that was 440 even.
444.
Oh, 444. Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right. Look for that email, and it'll tell you how to pay, where to pay, and if you can pay online or by phone.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
Go ahead.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Lynch?
I was just wondering, so do we need to send an address to Terrell Halcomb? I don't see Ms.
Oh, yeah, Ms. Halcomb. I'm sorry, because I'm looking at y'all pen, so I can't see the whole screen. Ms. Halcomb, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were filling in for Ms. Wright for lunch. But I appreciate you. Thank you.
Judge Hayward.
Yes.
Hey, this is Marichelle Dawson. I was trying to see if you called my name.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, calm down. It's the 1 o'clock calendar hasn't started yet. So I will call your name when that starts, and I'm about to do that now. So Ms. Walker, you're free to go at this time. Just check your email over the course of the next day or so, okay?
Okay, thank you. You have a great day.
Don't see it. It may be in your spam folder.
Okay, thank you. You have a great rest of your day.
All right, you too.
Thank
All
you,
right,
Mr. Owen.
ladies and gentlemen, this is the April 3rd, 1 p.m. calendar. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is State Court of Clayton County, Georgia, courtroom 304. I'm going to call the calendar. If you're represented by an attorney, please allow your attorney to speak on your behalf. But I do need to know you're here. So you need to indicate in some way that you're here. You can unmute and say present, or you can raise your hand if you're in the courtroom, but sometimes that's hard to see. So speak up for me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the arraignment
Excuse me,
calendar.
Your Honor.
Mr. Beard,
Yes, ma'am.
why are you interrupting?
I was trying to see if I could. I was sorry. I was just trying to see if I could leave before you start the next
Yes, Mr.
calendar.
Beard. Yes, you can leave.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Beard. I will call you. I sent you a chat message. I'll talk to you either later today or tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the arraignment calendar. This is the calendar where your case has come up from magistrate court, and this may be the first time that it is before the trial court where it can be resolved by a plea, a trial, or an administrative action. Everybody's entitled to have an attorney represent them. If you could not afford an attorney or you need an attorney to be appointed to you, I can do that. If you are hiring an attorney, please let me know those details, or if you wish to represent yourself, you may do that. However, if you are going to enter a plea of not guilty and go to trial, there's some dangers that come with not having an attorney to represent you. Attorneys know the rules of procedure and evidence, and the court cannot treat you any differently if you're representing yourself than they would someone who is knowledgeable of the rules of evidence and procedure, an attorney. So if you and an attorney are in a trial together, the court cannot treat you differently than they would if you were an attorney. So It would be difficult for you to get your evidence into the record of the court. It might be difficult for you to make arguments or to challenge any arguments made by the state. Please keep that in mind. If you were to go to trial, that trial will take place at a later date and you'll have plenty of time to prepare. It is the state's burden to prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to do anything except show up for trial. No one can force you to present evidence or testimony or to give any information whatsoever in the trial. You have the right to not incriminate yourself per the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. However, if you or you and your attorney wish to enter evidence or to challenge any arguments made by the state, you may do that, but it is the state's burden to prove the case against you. If you were convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you felt like the conviction was a mistake, you would have the right to appeal it within 30 days of the verdict of the court, and an appellate court might make a different decision. These are the rights that come with going to trial. If you were to enter a plea of guilty, it means you believe you're guilty of the underlying offense, even if you don't agree with all of the facts as stated by the state attorney. You do believe that you're guilty of the underlying offense. And if you are entering a plea of nolo, nolo means it's Latin for no contest, nolo contendere. It means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could present at trial that might result in a guilty plea, in a guilty determination for you. You do not wish to contest that evidence, and you also do not wish to enter a plea of guilty. So a nolo has benefits for you. It may help you avoid points on your license or a suspension of your license if you are nolo eligible, meaning that you have not used nolo plea for the same or similar offense within the last 5 years. If you enter a plea of guilty or nolo, we'll resolve your case today. We'll allow you and your attorney to speak with the state, or you, if you're representing yourself, to speak with the state to see if you can come up with a plea agreement. You'll present that information to the court. You'll be sentenced today. Most of what we'll do today is fines and fees. I'll give you plenty of time to pay. I can give you up to 60 days to pay any fines and fees that you may be sentenced to pay. Please be mindful that if you fail to pay within the time given, an arrest warrant can issue. And I have way too many people who don't put a reminder in their phone. They just walk away and think they're going to remember, and they don't remember. And months later, they get an arrest warrant because they have failed to complete the suspended sentence. So please be mindful of that. If you are a commercial driver, if you have a CDL, please understand that we can't tell you what would happen with your CDL and your ability to earn a living if you were entering a plea of nolo or guilty, or if you were convicted at trial. Therefore, you may want to enter a plea of not guilty, and while you're preparing for trial, you can also figure out what might happen to your CDL. When you come back, if you wish to enter a plea at that time, that's fine. If you wish to go to trial, that's fine. But at least you would be aware of what would happen with your CDL. And the last thing, if you're an under 21 driver, you only need 4 points to suspend your license, and it's going to be a hard 6-month suspension, meaning it'll be longer than if you were 21 and older, and you will not get the opportunity to have a temporary permit to go to school or to work. So please be mindful of that when you are talking to us about your case. At this time, I'm going to call the calendar. I need to know that you're here, but your attorney will speak on your behalf if you have one. All right. All right. Marichelle Dawson.
Here.
Mr. Holton Dennis.
Yes, Judge. I would just request a conference with Ms. Dawson.
All right. Next is Tabitha Marie Dunn. Tabitha Marie
I'm
Dunn.
here.
Where's Ms. Dunn?
Right here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I need both your first and last name on the screen.
I changed mine.
How can I change mine? Do I go to?
Hold on.
I'm trying.
All right, Ms. Dunn, I don't see an attorney listed for you. Do
No,
you
ma'am,
have-
I'd like to ask for a public defender, please, and plead not guilty.
Okay, well, you can't do both. If you're gonna ask for an attorney, then you don't get to plead not guilty. You gotta talk to him first.
Okay. I'd like to ask for a public defender, please.
All right, so I'll appoint the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis to assist you.
Yes, ma'am. How do I reach them?
They're gonna reach you.
Okay.
Mr. Lynch, you want to give her some direction?
If you could please chat your phone number and email address to Taz Taylor, if you look at the chat function. And then we will either give you a call after you're going to mute your device, and we'll give you a call on the phone, or we'll give you further instructions through your phone.
And Mr. Lynch, I just wanted to give you some information. This is a conflict for Mr. Taylor.
That's correct.
That's fine. So all Mr. Taylor
Yeah,
did.
Mr. Taylor just has the computer that's at the desk.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ponder.
All right, so ma'am, you're gonna look for chat, or you're gonna activate the screen next to your name. You'll see that box with the 3 red dots. Click on that, and you should see chat. Click on chat, and you're gonna go to the name that's in blue. It should be everyone, possibly, or whatever name is in blue. Click on that. You'll see a list of names. Go down to Taz Taylor. When you get down to Mr. Taylor's name, click on it and send your email address, your phone number, and your first and last name. First and last name, email address, phone number. You understand?
Yes, ma'am. I'm in the process of that now.
All right, thank you. All right, Monte LaQuavius Hartage.
Judge, Mr. Anthony Moss is here present in courtroom. This case has been, and he has his driver's license with him. I think you told him he needed to appear in person. We are going to resolve.
What happened was every time he came, he would drop off the call, and then we would be looking for him to resolve the case, and we couldn't get it done. And this was like 3-4 times that this happened. So,
Yes.
What we doing?
Judge, we are resolving the case today, from my understanding. If we could just hold, I just want to briefly talk to the state, make sure that I advise Mr. Moss everything exactly as I need to, but he does have his license with us, and I do expect us to have a resolution very shortly.
Okay. All right. So next is Marquise Lamont Johnson.
Have a seat over there.
Marquise Lamont Johnson.
Is there
The state would move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Marquise Lamont Johnson. All right. Bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Thank you.
This is Tabitha Dunn. Am I free to leave the Zoom and wait for a response, or would you like me
No,
to?
ma'am. You're not leaving the Zoom. Just mute.
Thank you.
Just mute. All right. Marquelius Ray McNabb.
I'm here. Mr. McNabb is present. We are going to have a conference. I would ask Mr. McNabb to go ahead and chat his contact information to Taz Taylor, phone number, email address, and myself or Mr. Taylor will go ahead and give him a call in a moment.
Yeah, Mr. McNabb has 2 cases.
It's 5 cases.
I think
That's 5 cases, Your
Has
Honor.
5 cases.
And his motion to revoke bond is scheduled on the 15th or the 14th. 15th.
Really? Mr. McNabb, you have a motion to revoke bond that's scheduled, sir. I'm gonna need to see you in court, not on video, for the motion to revoke bond. Are we clear?
Revoke bond for what?
Sir, you got 5 cases. In these 5 cases, you have violated your bond conditions by getting at least 4 of these cases. So, yeah, sir, I'm gonna need to see you in person. Please don't make me send county Uber to get you.
What you want me to do now?
Come in person. You're gonna be here in front of me on April what?
Your Honor, it's the 15th.
April 15th. You're coming into court for that day, sir. Please don't try me. Please don't make me send somebody to get you. You're gonna be present in court. We clear? Courtroom 304, 9151 Terra Boulevard, Jonesboro, Georgia, in the great county of Clayton. We clear?
Yeah, so I'm getting locked up.
I'm not sure about that yet. We haven't had a hearing, but I'm gonna just tell you, you got 5 cases after you got bond conditions to not do stuff. So we're gonna see.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. So clear.
Mrs. McNabb, please stand by. We're going to contact you in a moment. Go ahead and mute your mic. Thank you.
Make it up half my doggone 1 o'clock count. Just wild. Don't make a bit of sense. Pearson, here's another one. Mr. Pearson has 3 cases. Mr. Pearson.
Hello?
I need to see.
Yeah, you said Pearson?
I did say Pearson. You got 3 cases.
I got 3 cases?
Yes, sir, you do.
What?
Mr. Pearson, turn the light on. We're conducting business, sir.
I'm listening.
Sit down somewhere. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't give me the steak face.
Come on. Come on, these folks, I got 3 cases.
You have 3 cases. If you sit down somewhere, I'm gonna explain to you.
I'm listening to you.
But I don't want to talk to you while you walking. You're gonna make me dizzy. I said sit down somewhere. We clear? All right. So, Mr. Pearson, you are before the court on a battery family violence case. You've got 4 charges on that. On another simple battery family violence, you got 2 charges on that, and on a striking a fixed object. That's 3 cases, sir.
What on the family violence case supposed to be dropped?
No,
I don't think they're dropping it. I told you they're not
First
dropping
of
it.
all,
Clayton County.
hello, Mr. Pearson. First of all, if the person you're talking to is the person who is on these cases, then you're going to violate your bond conditions. You're going to get arrested and you're going to come back and spend time in jail. So whoever it's
My mama. That's my mama.
Well, your mama's not an attorney, so I'm talking to you. You have an attorney.
So Clayton County don't want to hear that shit.
Just between me and you.
I don't even have no attorney because the person who filed this told my mom.
Mr. Pearson, you have an attorney. Your case was upstairs in the felony court. You were given a public defender. Because of that, you're eligible for indigent defense here in state court. So you will be appointed that the state court indigent defense counsel. So what I want you to do is stop talking, you and your mom.
Wait a minute now, don't tell me. Now let me move, cause
this is why you got 3 cases. Ma'am,
don't tell me to stop talking. I'm grounded.
Mr. Pearson, how old are you?
I'm 30. I'm 30.
Okay, so you grown and you need to handle your own business.
I can handle my own business, but I'm asking my mom for sure. I'll ask my mom for sure.
Well, if she ain't a lawyer, then I don't want to hear from her.
Man. All right, go ahead. Carry on. Say what you got to say. I ain't got no attitude. Say what you got to say.
I have to say, sir, I'm not going back and forth with you. You got 3 cases. We're done.
No, just say.
All right. Next, Aaron Raymond Porter.
Judge present in the courtroom.
What's going on with Porter? Mr. Porter, come on up. You got an attorney? You want an attorney? What's going on?
Ms. Porter, and my name is legally changed.
I'm sorry?
She legally changed her name, I think, since the cases.
Who?
Carmen Porter, C-A-R.
I'm sorry. Harmony?
No, Carmen.
Carmen. Okay, with a C or a K?
With a C.
Okay, hold on.
I also have my state ID as well.
Okay, you're charged with criminal trespass and theft by shoplifting, Ms. Carmen. So you need an attorney to represent you, or have you hired an attorney? What did you want to do?
No, I have not hired an attorney because I found out about the court case late.
Okay, did you wish to have me appoint one of the attorneys who's in court with you?
That's perfectly fine.
All right. So, Ms. Porter, you'll have the benefit of speaking with Mr. Lynch or Mr. Taylor, and then once you come back, they'll make an announcement, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Dominic Anthony Simon.
Yeah, you're fine. Yes, Mr. Simon is present in court, Judge.
All right, Mr. Simon, I guess you all will have the opportunity to speak with the Lister Holton Dennis and have an announcement made.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be right back.
And it was McNabb who has the 5 cases, correct?
Yeah, I believe that's.
Yep.
Yes, that is correct, Your Honor. The state is also moving to file a motion to revoke bond on Pearson.
Yeah, I'm clear. Taylor, Jermontre Taylor.
Judge, Mr. Taylor does appear to be on line. We will need, I will request a conference and we'll make an announcement shortly. Mr. Taylor.
Yes.
Okay. All right, Jasmine Monique Williams.
Is there Jasmine Williams present?
Jasmine Monique Williams. Anybody see Jasmine Williams on the screen?
State's requesting a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
All right, last call for Jasmine Williams. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Okay, and Tyrone David Wright.
Judge, Mr. Wright does appear to be present on the call.
All right. Mr. Wright has 2 cases.
And Mr. Wright, did we speak previously?
Yes, we did yesterday.
Okay, Judge, it's coming back to me. I just request a brief conference with Mr. Wright, and we'll have an announcement shortly.
All right, and Benjamin James Weish. And Weish is going to be appointed to Lister Holt Dennis. They were upstairs.
Mr. Weish, not present in the courtroom, Judge.
All right, Benjamin James Weish. I'm looking at the screen. Don't see him. Don't see him. All right, benchmark bond forfeiture. All right, somebody said there's a Miss Williams. Where's Miss Williams? Why is she here? What calendar is she on?
Judge, Nikita Williams, I do see on the calendar. I mean, on
which calendar?
She's on the 10 a.m.
Miss Williams, where you been? I can't hear you. You muted. Yes, ma'am. Where you been?
I have two different court dates, and I must have got the times mixed up. I have one for the 16th. That must be the one at 1 o'clock. I did not mean to miss it. I just got out of a rehab facility, and they were controlling everything. I was supposed to be doing my court and Zoom through them because I had no contact or phone or anything. When I was inside, they had all of my scheduled appointments, and I have support and documentation. I did communicate that information to my lawyers, but I just I guess since I'm left up to do it on my own, I must have mixed up the 2 court times.
Okay, I'll release the bench warrant bond forfeiture. Mr. Lynch, do you have contact information for Ms. Williams?
No,
I have new contact information now that I'm no longer in the facility.
Okay, hold on, Ms. Williams. So what I need you to do you know how to use the chat function? I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am, I see it.
Okay, so on chat, there's going to be a name in blue. Click on that. You're looking for courtroom 304. Click on courtroom 304. Send your first and last name, your telephone number, and your email address, okay?
My telephone number, my email address, and my first and last name?
Yes, ma'am. Send that to courtroom 304.
Okay, I'm going to do that right now. Is this going to change the date and time of the court date that is scheduled for the 16th?
Well, that's what you're going to talk to them about because that's a different kind of court date. So that's a motions hearing, which means that they filed motions on your behalf in your case, and that's the date we would hear them. So that's what you'll talk to your attorneys about, okay?
Thank you so much, Your Honor. I apologize.
No problem. Just mute your device for me until they can contact you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So most of what we have going on is y'all need to talk to everybody. I think the closest thing we have to, I guess, an announcement is probably going to be Mr. Moss Hardage, Mr. Hardage, aka Anthony Moss. But I'm going to let you all speak to your clients, and then we will come back for announcements.
Hey, excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I send the lawyer what attorney my information. I'm in the chat, but I don't.
Hold on, Mr. McNabb. Do you all need Mr. McNabb's new information, or or y'all have contact information for him?
Yeah, it's the same information.
Okay, Mr. McNabb, I'm asking them because they may not need it. They may just need to call you or ask for a breakout room, but let me ask them if they have it.
I'm sorry.
If they have it, you don't need to send it again.
Excuse me.
Hold on. Okay, everybody, if I'm talking to somebody and you can hear me talking to somebody, hold on. Okay? All right, Mr. Taylor.
If Mr. McNabb would text in the chat window, if he'd enter his telephone number,
Okay.
we will follow up with him. If
You want it to the courtroom or you want it to your individual one?
my individual, please.
Okay, Mr. McNabb, when you go to the chat function, you know how to use the chat function.
I just clicked on it right now.
Okay, go down when you see the name in blue, click on that, go down the list until you see Taz, T-A-Z, Taylor. Click on Taz Taylor and send him your first and last name and your phone number, okay?
Okay, appreciate it.
All right, take care. Hold on, don't go anywhere. Just once you send that to him, mute your device. All right, Miss Dawson.
Yes, ma'am. Hey, I was just trying to let you know that I haven't had any contact with Taylor. Every time I do this, I'm being told that he's gonna reach out, but I haven't had any contact with him, and it's going on 4 years with my case.
Okay, he's going to talk to you today. He may not have your current information. Mr. Taylor, do you have her current information?
It's the same. I send it every time.
Okay, so Mr. Taylor, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Miss Dawson. Just tell me when you're ready.
Just briefly, Ms. Dawson, you scheduled this by contacting the court directly. Do you wish to enter not guilty plea today? Is that what your desire is today?
Can we talk about the details of my case before I make a decision, or?
Certainly, but I will call you, but it's going to be a few minutes because I have a number of people to contact, okay?
Okay.
All right, just mute your device, Miss Dawson, so we don't hear any conversation between you and your attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got two attorneys for defense. They're working to take care of the cases. They're also going back and forth with the state in case there's information that needs to be updated. So we will move as quickly as we can, but I'm gonna let them work, and then we'll have announcements as they come up, okay? Please stay on the screen if you are by video, and please make sure you mute your device because I hear way too much wild stuff on this and I don't need to hear that. All right.
Hello?
I do have an announcement for Mr. Anthony Simon.
What's your announcement?
Mr. Simon would like to enter a plea of not guilty at this time. For this 2019 incident.
All right, I have a 2022 for Mr. Simon.
That's when the accusation was filed in 2022.
All right, not guilty. Mr. Simon, please make sure you adhere to your bond conditions and keep in touch with your attorney. You're free to go at this time.
Your Honor, the state has an announcement on page 1, position 4, Mr. Hartage, AKA Moss.
Okay.
The state's gonna knock across that case.
All right, Mr. Moss, finally, we are finally finished with the last one. All right, so we're gonna, that case will be non-pros. You're free to go at this time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anything else at this time?
I know that I need to speak to Ms. Dunn, but I was wondering, did the state ever bring us any, the information on Ms. Dunn? I know I saw Ms. Arnold down here, but I don't see any additional paperwork. I was just checking on that.
Yeah, a few of these cases came down from from felon, Superior Court, so there's probably information y'all need to.
No,
And Yana, we'll get the blue sheet and council can make a copy of the
Oh yeah, your warrant's done as well.
to the courtroom.
Okay, thank you.
yeah, I have someone send it down. I must second, Attorney Lynch.
All right.
Judge, for Mr. Hartage, AKA Anthony Moss, did we need to do a bench warrant withdraw? I know there was a bench warrant.
If there's a bench warrant, let's go ahead and recall it, but otherwise I think the no process should take care of it, but if not, let's go ahead and send that over.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
And then, could I just maybe request courtroom's empty. Can I go ahead and do a breakout room with Ms. Dunn?
Yes. Yeah. All right, I'll put you the courtroom in a breakout room with Ms. Dunn. Courtroom is in breakout room number 2. Ms. Dunn, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 2. You'll see the invitation pop up on your screen. Just touch that and go into the breakout room. When you are finished, activate your screen and you should see the information to return to the main room. All right, breakout room number 2, courtroom and Ms. Dunn.
Your Honor, do I have an announcement? For Ms. Dunn, oh, I'm sorry.
All right, you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. For Ms. Dunn, we're going to enter a not guilty plea for today. We may try to resolve this case, but I need to look into some issues that are present. And I do have her contact information.
All right, Ms. Dunn, please, if you have bond conditions, please do not violate those bond conditions. You're entering a plea of not guilty. Keep in touch with your attorneys and make sure they can keep in touch with you. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You're free to go at this time.
You have
All
a-
right. Do we have any other announcements?
Judge, I don't think so, but I could, if I could request some breakout rooms, I may have some.
All right. What do you need?
Can I be put in a breakout room with Jermontre Taylor?
All right, Mr. Taylor, you'll get an announcement in a moment that you're being put in breakout room number 2 with the courtroom. Click on touch your screen. That should take you into the breakout room. Touch your screen again or activate the screen to come out of the breakout room. All right. All right, I think he's in there.
Thank you, Judge. Hey, you don't have an iPhone charger for the new iPhone, do you? Your Honor, could I request a breakout room with Mr. Tyrone Wright?
One second. I don't, oh, there he is, Mr. Wright, hold on. All right, so courtroom 2.
Yeah, with, hold on. Before I go to the breakout room, Mr. Taylor has a few announcements.
Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. In the matter of Mr. Pearson, on all 3 cases, 00734, 00735, and 00733, we are entering a not guilty plea.
Mr. Pearson?
Is that him? King Pearson. And I believe he's still online, but may not be.
Is this Jalen Pearson? I see a King Pearson.
He may be using another person's telephone, but I believe that is him. Also, in the matter of Aaron Porter, aka Carmen Porter, we will be entering a guilty negotiated plea on that matter.
All right.
When the court's ready.
Mr. Pearson?
Mr. Pearson, if you can unmute and turn your camera on.
All right. Mr. Pearson, if you can hear me, you have 3 cases. You have bond conditions in at least one of these cases that require you to not have contact with any additional individuals. It may also say that you're not to have that you're not to go to a particular location. And it may also say that you're not to have any additional criminal charges. Please remember, sir, that if you violate your bond conditions, you're subject to being arrested and held until all of your cases are resolved. You're also subject to being charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies, the top felony being aggravated stalking, punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 bond, or both. Please be mindful that you need to keep in touch with your attorneys. You're free to go at this time. All right. Ms. Porter, come on down.
Am I done with court? Can I leave?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, man, I heard you. I just want to make sure was that my exiting thing, whatever it is.
Yes, sir. You're free to go at this time. Thank you.
All right.
All right, Ms. Porter. All right, Mr. Wright is still in the breakout room. Hold on a second.
Yeah, Judge, do you want me to just go in there for a moment?
Oh, no, hold on. Mr. Wright, Mr. Lynch will be in the breakout room in a moment. Just give me a moment to get these other announcements and he'll come in. Thank you. All right. Ms. Porter, you're before the court on case 2022 CR 00711 for criminal trespass and theft by shoplifting. You're represented by attorney Owen Lynch, who's with, I'm sorry, Taz Taylor, who's with you at the podium. Mr. Taylor, what does Ms. Porter plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, in the matter of theft by shoplifting, count 2, we enter a guilty plea. To the charge of criminal trespass, we enter a no plea.
All right, Ms. Porter, raise your right hand for me.
Sorry.
No problem, right. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, I solemnly swear.
I'm sorry.
And Your Honor, if I may, it appears that Attorney Taylor does have a conflict on this case for Ms. Carmen Porter, so Attorney Lynch may do this plea.
All right.
Aware of
Where's-
that, but Mr. Lynch?
All right, so I'm sorry, Ms. Porter, I couldn't hear you. You kind of far back from the computer. Come up a little bit. All right, what were you saying?
So, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Lynch, your client is entering a plea of no to count 1, count 2 is a guilty. Ms. Porter, by entering a plea of guilty to count 2, you can put your hand down, I'm sorry. By entering a plea of guilty to count 2 and count 1 no, you're giving up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You're giving up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You're giving up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You're giving up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am? I can't hear you.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry.
Okay, factual basis recommendation, please.
She's not asking. She's asking the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor. On April the 26th, 2019, officers responded to 11449 Terra Boulevard in reference to a theft by shoplifting. When officers arrived on scene, they made contact with the complainant, who advised that the offender, who was later identified as defendant, left the location traveling on foot. Officers proceeded to make contact with that individual, later identified as the defendant before you. Officers learned during the course of the investigation that the defendant did take items off a suit and proceeded to walk out the door as the defendant had under her clothes. Those are the facts of the case, Your Honor. The state's recommendation for count 1 and 2 is to run concurrent. It's 12 months to serve, 79 days credit for time served. Balance suspended on the condition that she does not return to that location, which is 11449 Terra Boulevard, Lovejoy, Georgia, 30250, which is the business of Walmart.
All right, Mr. Lynch.
Yes, Judge. We would just ask the court accept the plea as negotiated.
All right, so Ms. Porter, I'll send you on count 1 and 2 to run concurrent to 12 months to serve 79 days. Credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you do not go back to the Walmart at 11449 Terra Boulevard in Lovejoy, Georgia, Clayton County. All right, thank you. You're free to go at this time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
And
much.
you're right. And Mr.
Yes.
Lynch, I did send the recommendation for Taylor in the chat.
I did see that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ponder.
And Mr. Wright is back in the breakout room for 2.
Yes, so he's waiting for you.
Okay.
All right. All right, and so after that, we have Dawson, McNabb, Taylor, and Wright.
Your Honor, I do have an announcement for Mr. David Wright.
Go ahead.
Judge, for 2022 CR 00732, the criminal trespass matter, he does wish to enter a plea of not guilty. For the other matter, the driving on a suspended license, if the state would not object, we would request a one-time continuance. From speaking to him, we spoke about his license when I talked to him on the phone, and we just realized he's eligible to get his license, so he plans to get that tomorrow. And I'm hoping the state may take a different view of the sentence recommendation if he has a valid license.
And that's fine, Your Honor. The state has no objection, and I'll be in contact with Mr. Lynch just to see if his client does have a valid license, and I will adjust the sentence.
All right.
Recommendation.
All right, so not guilty on the criminal trespass, case 2022 CR 00732, continuance on the case 2022 CR 01997 to the next available calendar. It will be noticed. Next. We still have Weish also.
Was Weish not a bench warrant?
Oh, shoot.
I don't want to ask for a bench warrant.
Weish was a bench warrant. No, you're right. Sorry.
And then, so for Mr. Jermontre Taylor, if I could actually be placed back in a breakout room with him, just to, because he may want to resolve based on the offer that I got from Miss Ponder.
All right, so I'm going to put you back in the breakout room with Taylor. And the last two cases remaining, or the last two defendants, are Dawson and McNabb, who has 5 cases.
Correct, Judge.
All right. Mr. Taylor, I'm going to put you in breakout room. Hold on a second. Breakout room number 1, the courtroom in breakout room number 1. You'll see the announcement pop up on the screen. You can enter now.
Do I need to stay on?
No, Mr. Wright, you're free to go at this time. Just keep in touch with your attorneys, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Ms. Williams, when the attorneys come back, let me get an update from them, okay? Just hold on a second.
Miss Ponder, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Lynch.
I was gonna ask for Mr. Taylor, would you consider offering him PTI? I don't think he has any previous criminal history.
Okay, give me one moment. I can let you know. Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Do you know when the date would be?
I do not. I'll have to do him a pretrial, excuse me. I will have to do him a pretrial diversion form. And if you could do me a favor and get updated contact information as far as address and phone numbers. So once we send it out, it'll be to the correct address. I'll fill that out and then I'll give it to Miss Knox, but I'm not sure the next date they would put him on as far as availability. But he is pretrial diversion eligible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, if I could make an announcement.
Go ahead, Ms. Lynch.
So Mr. Taylor, the state indicated he's eligible for PTI and he does wish to take that offer and keep a clean record. And I have gotten his contact information, which I can provide to the state in order for them to get him signed up for PTI.
All right, so we'll do a 30-day status check for Mr. Taylor. That will be announced, and then that'll allow him to at least sign up for the next cycle.
Thank you, Judge. And
all right.
Do you have an announcement, Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor, Mr. Geronte Taylor, you're free to go at this time. Just keep in touch with your attorneys, and when you get the information about PTI, please make sure you follow all the instructions, okay?
Got you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor. For Marichelle Dawson, we wish to accept the state's offer and enter a negotiated plea by guilty.
All right. And also, y'all don't forget about Miss Williams, who was for the 10 o'clock calendar. Miss Dawson.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Adjust your calendar so I can see you. I mean, your camera. Raise your right hand. Miss Dawson, why are you dressed like
my little baby? I'm sorry. I took it. Yes, ma'am.
Is that your baby that we hear in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Raise your right hand for me.
Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on case 2021 CR 08244 Marichelle Dawson for battery count 1 and simple battery count 2. Mr. Taz Taylor, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, Mr. Excuse me, he's guilty to the battery. Simple battery should merge with count.
All right. I enter a plea of guilty to count 1, count 2 will merge. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about June 12th of 2021, Officer Eric Thomas was dispatched to 5243 Brentwood Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30349, Clayton County, in reference to a domestic disturbance. During his investigation, it was determined that the defendant did commit the offense of battery when the defendant intentionally caused substantial physical harm or visible body harm to the victim, Evita, E, V as in Victor, I-T-A, Bray, B as in boy, R-A-Y. Officer Thomas observed the defendant get into a physical altercation with the victim while on the scene. Officer Thomas observed the defendant continue to throw punches with a closed fist while on the scene on the victim. Officer Thomas did observe that the defendant had scratch marks on her facial area that were visible. There was also a witness on the scene who also observed the defendant strike the victim with her arm while the victim was sitting in the driveway. Well, those are the facts of the case. The state's recommendation for count 1 is 12 months probation, a fine of $300, 40 hours of community service. The defendant is to complete anger management and to have no contact with the victim. Count 2 will merge and count 3 will be non-cross.
All right. All right. I don't see a count 3 on mine. I just see.
There is no count 3.
Okay, it's one.
It's for a person, Mr. Kevin.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Darko Vondi.
Yes.
And
all right. Okay, my apologies. And I'm sorry, Your Honor, regarding the no contact, it should be no violent or harassing contact with the victim.
Who is Ms. Evita Bray?
I believe the grandmother.
Right.
The defendant's grandmother.
Okay, one second.
And I believe she's on the call, but she does not wish to give a statement at this time, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll look on my desk. I might have it. With the benchmark solid.
Yeah, probably in that stack right there.
Most likely.
All right. Ms. Dawson, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to count 1, count 2 will merge. I'll sentence you to 12 months to probation, a fine in the amount of $300. It's going to be $444 with the surcharges, 40 hours of community service. You'll take an anger management course, and you're to have no violent or harassing contact with Evita Bray. Ma'am, you are, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. James, who's the probation expert. Once you have finished speaking with Ms. James, then you'll be free to go, but please make sure that you understand that as long as you're on probation, you need to report. Failure to report is the quickest way to get rearrested. Please make sure you do all of the special conditions, paying the fine, community service, anger management. And if you're having any difficulty please make sure that you tell your probation officer, but please just don't stop coming and don't waste time. It goes quicker than you think. And so if you don't get started as soon as possible, then you'll end up getting a probation revocation. I'm going to put you in breakout room with Miss James. Once you have spoken with Miss James, you'll be free to go. You do not have to come back to the main room, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, 1 second. Let me put you in breakout room number 6, Miss Dawson.
Excuse me, Harry.
Mr. McNabb.
Yeah. I come back here. I've been trying for a whole hour. Or like 40 minutes.
You've been trying to do what, sir?
I've been trying to come back to the Zoom.
You're here. We didn't call you yet. Hold on.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. Speaking of which, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Dawson's case is the last one on the count, or cases are the last one on the count.
Mr. McNabb and then Miss Williams, right?
Yeah, Mr. Williams from the 10 a.m.
If I could have a breakout room with Mr. McNabb and then, hey, Tess, can you?
Mr. McNabb, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with the with the defense, with Mr. Lynch, breakout room number 1. When you see the announcement, just touch the screen, go in, and then if you want to come out, activate your screen, just touch the screen and it'll say return to main room or leave breakout room. But you want to make sure you come back. You just activate the screen. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Breakout room number 1.
Excuse me, Judge.
Yes, Ms. Wright.
Before you close out the session, could you go over the calendar again?
Sure. Just the 1 p.m. or did you need the other ones too?
Just the 1 p.m.
Okay, for Dawson, Plea, Dunn, not guilty, Hardage, aka Moss, no pros, Johnson, bench warrant bond forfeiture. We're still waiting on McNabb. Pearson, not guilty, Porter, Plea, Simon, not guilty, Taylor, PTI, continuance for 30 days. Williams, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Wright, Plea. Weish, bench warrant. And then on the 10 o'clock calendar, Miss Nikita Williams was previously a bench warrant, but she showed up. So we're waiting on an announcement in her case.
You said Mr. Wright was a plea?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Wright is a not guilty. I probably did say plea.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And the second case, Your Honor, was the defense requested a one-time reset for him to get his license in order.
Yeah.
Right, second case.
Not guilty on the first case, continuance on the second.
Yes. Thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, Ms. Hagler is going to continue with the last two cases. Is it possible if I can be excused?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Ponder.
Thank you.
One more question, Judge.
Yes, Ms. Wright.
On the 10 o'clock, was there a resolution to Mr. Beard's case?
Yes. Mr. Beard is reset for 30 days.
Okay, you ready? I got it.
You ready?
404. I'm sorry, 548. Your Honor, I do have an announcement for Mr. McNabb.
All right.
And so right now we're going to be entering not guilty pleas.
All right. All right, not guilty times 5. Mr. McNabb, understand that you have bond conditions, sir. Please try not to get any more cases. If you were to violate your bond conditions, you could be arrested. You could have your bonds revoked on all 5 of the cases. You would remain in jail until such time as your cases are resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies, particularly the felony of aggravated stalking, which is punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. So if you never listen to anything else, do not contact anybody on any of the 5 cases who may be listed on your bond conditions. If they contact you, make a note of it, but do not respond. I am so serious about this. Are we clear?
But lady, I'm trying. Look, I'm a good person. I know I look like I'm a bad person.
Mr. McNabb, I don't care at this point
I
whether
know you know.
I'm just looking at 5 cases and I'm saying let's try to avoid getting a 6, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Please don't lock me up when I'm from jail. I'm not from the court.
Thank you. Next on Williams, you're free to go at this time, Mr. McNabb. Stay in touch with your attorneys.
I appreciate it.
Judge, Mr. Taylor is calling Ms. Williams right now.
All right.
Judge, we do have an announcement on Ms. Williams.
Go ahead.
We're going to enter a not guilty plea today.
All right, Ms. Williams, please keep in touch with your attorneys. I understand the situation that you were in, but please make sure that you can reach them and they can always reach you. Also, you have bond conditions, so please make sure that you do not violate your bond conditions by having contact with anybody listed on the bond condition, okay? All right.
Thank you, Ms. Williams, and we'll be in touch before that upcoming court date, okay?
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Taylor.
All right, thank you, Ms. Williams. Take care. All right, so that concludes our 10, 11, and 1 o'clock calendars. Please